Daniel, it's time. Those 3 words echoed through the groom's suite, but I couldn't move. I stood frozen in front of the large window overlooking the entrance to our wedding venue, my eyes fixed on the long driveway leading to the parking lot. Every few seconds, another car pulled in. Every time I saw headlights, my heart whispered the same lie. Maybe that's my family. Maybe my mom finally realized how cruel this had become. Maybe my dad convinced everyone to turn around. Maybe my little sister looked around that beach resort this morning and thought, this isn't worth missing my brother's wedding. Maybe. But hope can be a dangerous thing. Because every car that arrived carried strangers. Friends. Co-workers. Emma's relatives. People who had driven hours just to celebrate with us. Everyone except the people I had spent my entire life trying to make proud. Daniel. Chris, my best man. Stepped beside me and followed my gaze through the window. You've been standing here for almost 15 minutes. I know. You okay? I forced a smile. They're probably just running late. The words sounded convincing. At least. Until I heard myself say them. Chris didn't answer immediately. He'd known me since we were 18. He knew when I was lying. More importantly, he knew who I was lying to. The ceremony was supposed to start in 45 minutes. By now, my parents should have been greeting guests at the entrance. My grandmother should have been crying happy tears before the ceremony even started. My cousins should have been arguing over who got the best seats. Instead, the entire front row on my side of the aisle sat empty. Reserved. Waiting. Almost like the venue itself refused to believe they weren't coming. A soft knock interrupted the silence. Our wedding coordinator opened the door just enough to peek inside. Sorry to interrupt, she said with a gentle smile. We're seating guests now. Everything okay? I asked. Everything's beautiful. She hesitated. Then added carefully. We're just waiting on a few people. She was trying to protect me. I appreciated that. But we both knew who those few people were. After she left, Chris leaned against the wall. You want me to call your dad? I looked down at my phone. No missed calls. No texts. No explanation. Nothing. I already called twice this morning. And no answer. Chris exhaled slowly. This doesn't feel right. No, it doesn't. The room fell silent again. Outside the window, another SUV pulled into the parking lot. I straightened instinctively. For one ridiculous second, I smiled. The driver stepped out. A family of 4. Complete strangers. I felt something inside me sink a little lower. I checked the time again. 38 minutes. 38 minutes until I married the woman I'd loved for 4 years. 38 minutes until I officially started a new chapter of my life. And somehow, the people who had watched every chapter before this had decided not to show up for the biggest one. My phone vibrated. The sound shattered the silence. My heart raced. Finally, I grabbed it so quickly I almost dropped it. Mom, Dad, Grandma, anyone, please. I unlocked the screen. Instead of a call, I saw a notification. Lily added to her Instagram story. I stared at the screen. For several seconds. I couldn't move. Chris noticed. What is it? I swallowed. I don't know. Against every instinct telling me not to. I tapped the notification. The screen filled with sunlight. Crystal blue water stretched endlessly into the distance. Music blasted through expensive speakers. Someone laughed behind the camera. Then the video turned. And my entire world stopped. My mother, standing on the deck of a luxury yacht, smiling. My father beside her, sunglasses on, holding a drink in one hand. My grandparents, my aunt, my uncle, my cousins, every single member of my family, every single person who had promised they'd be sitting in the front row of my wedding. Instead, they were standing behind my sister, all wearing matching white shirts. Across the front, written in gold letters, Lily's birthday weekend. My sister raised a champagne glass. To the best birthday ever. Everyone cheered. My mother hugged her. My dad laughed so hard he nearly spilled his drink. Someone started singing Happy Birthday. Then I noticed the caption. Family over everything red heart hash. I don't think I've ever experienced heartbreak as something physical before. But in that moment, it felt like someone reached into my chest and squeezed my heart with both hands. Family over everything. Except me. Except my wedding. Except the biggest day of my life. I watched the story a second time. Then a third. Not because I wanted to. Because my brain refused to believe it was real. Maybe this was recorded yesterday. Maybe. No. The timestamp read. Posted 1 minute ago. This wasn't yesterday. This wasn't last week. This was happening. Right now. While I stood in a rented tuxedo waiting for the people who had promised they'd be here. They were raising champagne glasses for my sister's birthday vacation. Chris slowly reached toward me. Can I see? I handed him the phone without saying a word. He watched the story once. Then again. His jaw tightened. They actually did it. I nodded. He looked at me. Then back at the phone. I honestly thought they'd change their minds. So did I. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Finally, Chris handed my phone back. They're going to regret this. I let out a quiet laugh. Not because it was funny. Because I still couldn't process what had happened. You think so? I know so. Maybe. But standing there, watching my family celebrate on a yacht while I waited to walk down the aisle. Regret felt like a problem for another day. Right then. All I felt was one question echoing inside my head. How did we get here? Because people don't usually choose a birthday vacation over their son's wedding. Families don't wake up one morning and decide someone else's biggest day doesn't matter. At least, not healthy families. The truth is, this story didn't begin on my wedding day. It didn't even begin the day I proposed to Emma. It started almost 30 years earlier. The day my little sister was born. Because looking back now, I realize something that took me most of my life to understand. My family didn't betray me overnight. They betrayed me. One small decision at a time. One excuse at a time. One disappointment at a time. Until the day came when choosing my sister over me no longer felt like a difficult decision. It just felt normal. And to understand why I never invited them to another birthday, another Christmas, another Thanksgiving, or even to meet their first grandson, you need to go back with me to the very beginning. Because the wedding was never the beginning of this story. It was only the day I finally stopped pretending everything was okay. I was 3 years old the first time I realized my family had 2 different sets of rules. Of course, I didn't understand it back then. I couldn't have. At 3 years old, you don't know what favoritism looks like. You don't know what emotional neglect feels like. You don't notice who gets the extra hug, who gets the bigger slice of cake, or whose mistakes are always forgiven. You just assume every family works the same way. Looking back now, I wish I had been right. People always say the oldest child has it easier. More freedom, more trust, more attention. Maybe that's true in some families. It wasn't true in mine. Everything changed the day my little sister, Lily, was born. My parents loved telling the story. Mom would smile every single time. The moment the nurse placed Lily in my arms, she wrapped her tiny fingers around mine. Dad would laugh and add, "She already knew how to steal hearts." Everyone at the dinner table would smile. Grandma would wipe away imaginary tears. Someone would always say, "She was special from the very beginning." I used to sit there quietly, wondering, did anyone have a story like that about me? If they did, I never heard it. As Lily grew older, she became the center of every conversation. Every family gathering somehow revolved around her. If she learned a new dance move, everyone had to stop talking and watch. If she drew a picture, it immediately went on the refrigerator. If she won a ribbon at school, Dad called every relative before dinner. I wasn't jealous. Not at first. I was just confused. Because when I brought home my own accomplishments, the reactions were different. Smaller, quieter, temporary. Almost like they were checking a box before moving on to something more important. One memory still stands out more clearly than any other. I was 8 years old. My elementary school held its annual science fair. For almost 2 months, I worked on a volcano project with baking soda, vinegar, food coloring, and dozens of little details I'd found in library books. Dad helped me build the base out of cardboard one Saturday afternoon. It was one of the few afternoons I had all to myself with him. I remember thinking, maybe things were changing. Maybe this project would be something we'd always remember together. The day of the competition finally arrived. Parents filled the school gymnasium. Teachers walked around judging each project. I stood beside my display trying not to look nervous. When the winners were announced, I heard my name. First place. I couldn't believe it. The principal handed me a blue ribbon almost as tall as my forearm. My teacher smiled proudly. "Your parents are going to be so proud." I believed her. I really did. I raced across the parking lot clutching that ribbon so tightly my fingers hurt. The moment I opened the front door, I shouted, "Mom! Dad! I won!" Mom looked up from the living room. "Oh," she smiled. "That's wonderful, sweetheart." Before I could even show her the ribbon, a loud scream came from upstairs. "Lily's crying." Mom immediately stood up. What happened? A few seconds later, Dad carried Lily downstairs. She couldn't have been more than 5 years old. She had tears running down her face. Mom knelt beside her. "Oh, honey. What happened?" Between sniffles, Lily pointed toward the backyard. "My balloon. It flew away." Mom hugged her tightly. "It's okay. We'll buy another one." Dad looked at me. "Daniel, can this wait?" I stared at him. "What?" "Lily's upset." I looked down at the blue ribbon in my hands. The ribbon I'd spent 2 months working toward. The ribbon I'd imagined hanging in my room. The ribbon I couldn't wait to show my parents. Then I looked back at my sister. She wasn't hurt. She wasn't sick. She hadn't broken a bone. She'd lost a balloon. And somehow, That mattered more than the biggest achievement of my 8-year-old life. Dad walked past me toward the front door. "Come on, Lily. We'll go buy you 2 balloons." The front door closed behind them. Mom followed a minute later. "I'm coming too." Then she looked back at me. "We'll celebrate later." Later never came. My blue ribbon stayed on the kitchen counter for almost a week. No one ever mentioned it again. At the time, I told myself it wasn't a big deal. Parents get distracted. Kids cry. Things happen. But then, it kept happening. Again. And again. And again. Until I stopped believing it was an accident. Birthdays were another reminder. Every year, Mom would ask me weeks in advance what kind of birthday I wanted. Pizza or burgers? Bowling or laser tag? Chocolate cake or vanilla? I'd spend days thinking about it. Then Lily would overhear the conversation. "I don't like pizza." Suddenly, we were having burgers. "I don't want bowling." Now it was miniature golf. "I like strawberry cake." Guess what birthday cake showed up? After a while, I stopped making requests. Whatever I wanted didn't seem to matter anyway. One Christmas, when I was 11, I saved every dollar from mowing lawns around the neighborhood. It took almost 5 months. I bought Mom a silver necklace. Nothing expensive. But it was the nicest gift I'd ever been able to afford. Christmas morning finally arrived. Everyone opened presents around the tree. Mom unwrapped my gift carefully. Her eyes widened. "Oh, Daniel." She smiled. "It's beautiful." For one perfect second, I felt seen. Then Lily shouted from across the room, "Open mine next." Mom immediately put the necklace back into the box. She hurried across the room. "Oh, Lily, you made this yourself?" It was a macaroni picture frame covered in glitter. Everyone spent the next 15 minutes talking about how creative she was. My necklace stayed forgotten inside its box for the rest of the morning. I don't even know if Mom ever wore it. The strange thing about growing up in a family like mine is that nobody ever says it out loud. No one announces, "We love one child more." Instead, it's 1,000 tiny moments, 1,000 little choices, each one so small that, by itself, it doesn't seem worth mentioning. But put enough of them together, and they become impossible to ignore. I didn't hate Lily. Not then. She was just a kid. She didn't create the rules. She simply grew up believing the world naturally revolved around her. The real problem wasn't my sister. It was the adults who taught her that everyone else should revolve around her too. And by the time we reached high school, that lesson would cost me far more than forgotten birthdays and ignored ribbons. It would cost me the one thing I'd spent my entire childhood trying to earn: a place in my own family. If you had asked my parents whether they had a favorite child, they would have laughed. My mom would have placed a hand over her chest and said, "Oh, don't be ridiculous. We love both of our children exactly the same." My dad would have nodded. Parents don't have favorites. And maybe they actually believed that, because favoritism rarely looks obvious from the inside. It doesn't usually come with cruel words or dramatic speeches. It hides inside 1,000 tiny decisions. Who gets defended? Who gets believed? Who gets comforted? Who gets sacrificed? And as Lily and I got older, those little decisions became impossible to ignore. By the time I reached middle school, I had stopped expecting applause. Good grades. That was simply what I was supposed to do. A perfect report card barely earned a good job. Meanwhile, if Lily managed to pass a difficult math test, Mom celebrated by ordering everyone's favorite takeout. Dad would proudly tell relatives, "Lily worked so hard." I never understood why effort counted for her. But results barely mattered for me. One afternoon, I came home carrying another report card filled with straight A's. I placed it carefully on the kitchen counter. Mom glanced at it while chopping vegetables. Very nice. That was it. 2 words. Very nice. Less than 5 seconds later, the front door burst open. Lily rushed inside waving a piece of paper over her head. "Mom, I got selected for the school talent show." Mom dropped the knife. "No way." She rushed around the counter and wrapped Lily in the biggest hug I'd seen all week. Dad came home an hour later. Before he even took off his jacket, Mom said, "Guess what your daughter did?" For a split second, I thought she meant me. She didn't. Dad spent the next 20 minutes talking to Lily about costumes, music, and rehearsals. My report card stayed exactly where I'd left it. He never picked it up. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I quietly folded it and slid it into my backpack. No one ever asked where it went. It wasn't just school. Sports weren't any different. When I was 13, I made the varsity soccer team a year earlier than most students. My coach told me it was rare. He even called my parents personally to congratulate them. The first game of the season started at 4 on Saturday afternoon. I looked into the stands before kickoff. Empty. I kept telling myself they'd be late. Halftime came. Still no one. We won 3-1. I scored the winning goal. Parents rushed onto the field hugging their kids. I packed my own bag. Coach noticed. "Your family coming?" They got busy. He nodded politely. I could tell he didn't believe me. When I got home, I found balloons tied to the mailbox. Pink balloons. A banner stretched across the garage. "Welcome home, Lily." She had just returned from a weekend dance competition. Mom was crying. Dad was grilling hamburgers. Neighbors filled the backyard. Music blasted from portable speakers. No one even noticed me walk through the gate. I stood there holding my muddy soccer cleats while everyone celebrated Lily finishing 4th. She didn't even win. But somehow, her 4th-place trophy mattered more than my first varsity goal. Dad finally noticed me. "Oh, hey, buddy. How'd your game go?" "We won." "That's great." Then he turned back toward Lily. "Come over here. Let's get a family picture." A family picture. Without me. No one realized I wasn't standing in it until after the photo had already been taken. Little moments like that change you. Not all at once. Slowly. Quietly. You stop volunteering information. You stop sharing exciting news. You stop expecting people to care. Eventually, you stop believing your life is worth celebrating at all. By high school, I had become exactly what my parents wanted. Independent. Responsible. Quiet. Not because those things came naturally. Because I'd learned nobody was coming to help me anyway. I got a part-time job at a local grocery store when I turned 16. Most of my paycheck went into savings. The rest paid for gas, school supplies, and things I didn't want to ask my parents for anymore. Meanwhile, Lily discovered online shopping. Boxes arrived almost every week. New clothes. New shoes. New makeup. One afternoon I jokingly asked Dad, "So, Do I get a shopping budget too? He laughed. You've always been better with money. That wasn't an answer. It was another excuse. One Friday evening, I was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework when Lily stormed into the house. She slammed her purse onto a chair. This is so unfair. Mom immediately rushed over. What happened? My friends are all going to Florida during spring break. Oh, honey. I can't be the only one staying home. Dad looked up from the newspaper. How much would it cost? Lily named a number. Without hesitation, Dad nodded. We'll figure something out. I stared across the table. A few days earlier, I'd asked if my parents could help pay for the SAT prep course my guidance counselor recommended. Dad's answer had been immediate. We really need to watch our spending. Apparently, watching our spending only applied to me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Not because I wanted a vacation. I didn't. I just wanted consistency. If money was tight, it should have been tight for everyone. If we couldn't afford extras, then nobody should have gotten extras. Instead, the rules always changed depending on who was asking. And somehow, the answer always favored Lily. There was one person who occasionally noticed. My grandfather. He wasn't loud. He didn't argue with my parents. But he watched everything. One Sunday afternoon, after another family barbecue where every conversation revolved around Lily's dance competitions, Grandpa found me sitting alone on the back porch. You hiding? I smiled. A little. He sat beside me without saying anything. For several minutes, we simply watched birds flying across the backyard. Finally, he asked, "How's soccer?" I looked at him, surprised. You remembered? He chuckled. Of course. You scored again last week, didn't you? I nodded. 2 goals. I'm proud of you. 3 simple words. I'm proud of you. It shouldn't have meant so much. But hearing them felt like finally taking a full breath after holding it for years. Grandpa wasn't a man who handed out compliments easily. When he said something, he meant it. Before leaving, he squeezed my shoulder. Don't spend your whole life trying to earn applause from people who should have been clapping all along. At 16, I didn't fully understand what he meant. Years later, standing in my wedding suit, staring at those empty chairs, his words would come rushing back to me, because he had seen the truth long before I did. And deep down, I think he knew exactly how this story was going to end. Grandpa's words stayed with me longer than I expected. Don't spend your whole life trying to earn applause from people who should have been clapping all along. At 16, I didn't fully understand what he meant. I thought if I worked harder, if I got better grades, if I became more responsible, if I stayed out of trouble, eventually, my parents would notice. Eventually, they'd look at me the way they looked at Lily. Eventually, I'd be enough. I had no idea that I was chasing something that didn't exist. The older I got, the more I became the child my parents never had to worry about. Not because I was perfect. Because I'd learned there was no point asking for help. If my car needed gas, I paid for it. If I wanted new shoes, I saved for them. If school required expensive books, I worked extra shifts at the grocery store. Meanwhile, Lily seemed to discover a new emergency every month. One month, it was dance costumes. The next month, it was concert tickets. Then makeup. Then a new phone because her old one was too slow. Every request ended exactly the same way. Dad sighed dramatically. Mom talked about how expensive everything had become. Then, a few days later, Lily got exactly what she wanted. I started noticing a pattern. Whenever I asked for something, my parents discussed the budget. Whenever Lily asked, they discussed solutions. One Friday evening, I came home after working a 6-hour shift. My feet hurt. My uniform smelled like cardboard boxes and spilled milk. I walked into the kitchen and found Dad holding 2 sets of car keys. He looked at Lily. "So, what color do you like better?" My eyes moved between them. "What are those?" Dad smiled proudly. "We're buying Lily her first car." I blinked. "What?" "It's used," Mom quickly added, as if that somehow changed things. Lily practically bounced with excitement. "I love the blue one." I looked at Dad. "I thought we couldn't afford another car." He avoided my eyes. "We've been saving." I almost laughed. Saving. 3 months earlier, I'd asked if they could help me replace the transmission in my old pickup truck. Dad's exact words had been, "You're old enough to figure these things out yourself." So I had. I borrowed tools from a coworker. Spent 3 weekends fixing it myself. And now, apparently, money wasn't a problem after all. Just depending on who needed it. That night, I was sitting on the back porch when Grandpa pulled into the driveway. He climbed out of his old truck carrying a small toolbox. "You fixing something?" I smiled. "Trying to." He looked toward the driveway where Lily's new car sat sparkling under the porch light. Then he looked back at me. "You still driving that old pickup?" "For now." He nodded slowly. Without another word, he opened his toolbox. "Come on." "For what?" "We're changing your brakes." I laughed. "Right now?" "Unless you've got better plans." For the next 3 hours, we worked side by side in the garage. No speeches. No lectures. Just the sound of wrenches turning and country music playing softly from Grandpa's truck radio. Around midnight, he finally sat down on an overturned bucket. "You know why I like working on cars?" I shrugged. "They don't lie." "What do you mean?" "If something's broken." He wiped grease from his hands. "You fix it." They don't pretend everything's fine. They don't tell you you're imagining the problem. I stared at him. Something told me we weren't talking about cars anymore. After graduating high school, I received acceptance letters from 3 universities. The best offer came from a school almost 3 hours away. It included a partial scholarship. The guidance counselor called it a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When I told my parents, Mom smiled politely. "That's nice." Dad asked one question. "How much is it going to cost?" I explained the scholarship. Financial aid. Student job opportunities. Everything. He nodded. "We'll think about it." 3 weeks passed. Nothing. Then one evening during dinner, Dad cleared his throat. "I don't think moving that far away is practical." I frowned. "Why?" "It costs money." "I've already done the math." "It still costs money." Before I could answer, Lily interrupted. "I've been looking at dance academies." Mom immediately smiled. "Oh, the best ones in California." Dad leaned forward. "Really?" The conversation instantly shifted. My college plans disappeared. For the next 30 minutes, the family discussed Lily's dream of moving across the country. No one asked another question about mine. That was the moment something changed inside me. Not dramatically. Quietly. I stopped expecting support. Instead, I started making plans without them. I applied for more scholarships. Worked extra shifts. Sold my old baseball card collection. Picked up weekend landscaping jobs. By the end of summer, I'd saved enough to leave. Not comfortably, but enough. The morning I moved into my college dorm, Mom hugged me. Dad shook my hand. Lily barely looked up from her phone. Drive safe. That was it. No emotional goodbye. No family photos. No tears. Just drive safe. I loaded the last box into my truck. Grandpa walked over carrying a small envelope. Don't open it until you get there. What is it? You'll see. He hugged me tighter than anyone else had that morning. Then he whispered something I'll never forget. Sometimes leaving home is the only way to find one. At the time, I thought he meant college. Years later, I realized he meant something much bigger. 3 hours later, after unpacking my tiny dorm room, I remembered the envelope. Inside was a handwritten note. And $500. Almost every dollar Grandpa had saved from working part-time after retirement. The note read, "This isn't charity. It's an investment. Because unlike some people, I've never doubted what you're capable of. Grandpa." I sat on that dorm room bed for nearly an hour. Not because of the money. Because someone, finally, believed in me without asking me to prove I deserved it. That little envelope became the first real foundation of the life I was about to build. And I had no idea that leaving home would also introduce me to the woman who would completely change my life. Her name was Emma. And meeting her would eventually lead me right back to the wedding where my family chose not to come. People always talk about love at first sight. I never believed in it. Not because I didn't believe in love. I just thought real relationships were built over time. Conversations. Trust. Shared experiences. The little moments nobody else notices. Then I met Emma. And for the first time in my life, home looked like a person. College was nothing like high school. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody knew about Lily. Nobody compared me to anyone. For the first time, I wasn't Lily's older brother. I was just Daniel. It felt strange. Almost uncomfortable. When professors complimented my work, I instinctively waited for someone to mention another student. When classmates congratulated me after presentations, I kept expecting the conversation to shift toward someone else. It never did. People actually listened when I spoke. That took some getting used to. Money was still tight. I attended classes during the day. Worked evenings at a bookstore near campus. Delivered pizzas on weekends whenever I needed extra cash. Most nights I survived on instant noodles and whatever was on sale at the grocery store. But somehow, I'd never felt richer. Because every dollar I earned was mine. Every decision was mine. For the first time, my future belonged to me. It happened on a rainy Thursday afternoon. The bookstore was unusually busy because students were buying textbooks before midterms. I had just finished helping a customer when the front bell chimed. A girl walked inside carrying a broken umbrella. Her dark hair was soaked from the rain. She looked around, smiled awkwardly, and muttered to herself, "Well, this day is going great." I couldn't help laughing. She heard me. "Oh." She smiled. I guess someone witnessed my dramatic entrance. I've seen worse. Really? Last week someone walked into the glass door. She laughed. A customer. My manager. She laughed even harder. A real laugh. Not polite. Not forced. The kind that makes other people smile without realizing it. I'm Emma, she said. Daniel. She glanced toward the ceiling. Think the rain's going to stop anytime soon? I looked outside. It doesn't look like it. She sighed dramatically. Perfect. I left my car on the opposite side of campus. I pointed toward the cafe next door. They've got decent coffee. She tilted her head. Is that your way of saying I should wait? It's my way of saying the coffee's better than standing in the rain. She smiled. Fair enough. That should have been the end of it. A 5-minute conversation between two strangers. Except. She came back. The next week. Then again. Soon I realized she wasn't buying books anymore. She was buying excuses to stop by. One afternoon she walked up holding the same novel she'd already purchased. I raised an eyebrow. You already own that. I know. So. I forgot how it ended. I laughed. No, you didn't. No. She smiled. I just wanted to say hi. Our first actual date happened completely by accident. My shift ended at 6. She happened to walk into the store at 5:55. What are you doing after work? Probably homework. She made a face. That sounds incredibly boring. It probably will be. She thought for a second. Come have dinner with me. Like. A date. I blinked. You're very direct. I've been told that. I smiled. Okay. Dinner lasted nearly 6 hours. Not because we ordered that much food. Because neither of us wanted the conversation to end. We talked about childhood dreams. Embarrassing stories. Favorite movies. Music. Travel. Books. Family. When the topic of family came up, I noticed something. Emma spoke about her parents with genuine affection. Not perfection. Her family argued. They disagreed. Sometimes they drove each other crazy. But underneath everything, there was respect. Something about the way she described them made me realize I'd never experienced that feeling. When she asked about my family, I smiled automatically. They're close. It wasn't exactly a lie. They were close. Just. Mostly with each other. By the end of the night, the restaurant manager politely informed us they were closing. Emma looked around, surprised. Wait. What time is it? I checked my phone. Almost midnight. We've been talking for 6 hours. Looks like it. She laughed. I guess that's either a really good sign, or we're both terrible at ending conversations. I vote for the first one. So do I. Our second date became a third. Then a fourth. Within months. She knew things about me nobody else did. Not because I intentionally told her. Because she noticed. One evening we were cooking dinner together when she casually asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Why do you apologize so much?" I frowned. "I don't." She smiled softly. "You apologized because I handed you the wrong spoon. I was being polite. You apologized when I bumped into you." I opened my mouth. Closed it again. She continued. "You apologize for taking up space." Her words hit me harder than I expected. Nobody had ever pointed that out before. Because nobody had ever paid enough attention to notice. A few weeks later she met my family for the first time. Mom was pleasant. Dad shook her hand. Lily barely looked up from her phone before saying, "Hi." Emma had spent hours making homemade brownies. She'd even asked me 3 separate times whether anyone had allergies. She wanted everything to be perfect. When Mom tasted one, she smiled. "These are wonderful." Emma relaxed. Then Lily walked into the kitchen carrying a shopping bag. "I bought new boots." Instantly, everyone surrounded her. Mom forgot the brownies. Dad asked how much they cost. My aunt wanted to see every angle. Emma quietly stood beside me holding the serving tray. Nobody noticed. Not one person. I watched her expression change. Not dramatically. Just enough. She set the tray down, smiled politely, and stepped back. On the drive home she stared out the passenger window for almost 10 minutes. Finally, she asked the question I'd spent my entire life trying not to answer. "Has it always been like that?" I kept my eyes on the road. "What do you mean?" "With Lily." Silence filled the car. The longer I stayed quiet, the more I realized silence was an answer. Emma reached over and gently took my hand. "You don't have to pretend with me. For reasons I still can't explain." That sentence nearly broke me. Because for the first time in my life, someone had seen exactly what I'd spent years pretending wasn't there. And she hadn't judged me. She hadn't minimized it. She hadn't told me I was overreacting. She simply saw me. I didn't know it then. But that quiet drive home marked the beginning of something much bigger. Because Emma wasn't just becoming the love of my life. She was about to become the first person willing to stand beside me when everyone else walked away. Looking back now, I think the happiest season of my life came before we ever got engaged. Not because life was perfect. Not because money was easy. Not because the future was certain. But because, for the first time in my life, I was surrounded by someone who made me feel like I mattered. Emma had this incredible ability to notice the smallest things. She remembered how I took my coffee. She knew I always ordered the same sandwich whenever I was stressed. She could tell I was having a bad day just by the way I unlocked my apartment door. Sometimes she'd already have dinner cooking before I even admitted work had been rough. No one had ever paid that much attention to me before. Not because people were cruel. Because I'd spent my whole life being the quiet one. The easy one. The one who didn't ask for much. Emma changed that without even trying. About a year after we started dating, we rented a tiny apartment together. Calling it tiny might actually be generous. The kitchen was so small that if one of us opened the refrigerator, the other couldn't walk through. The bathroom door wouldn't close properly unless you lifted it while turning the handle. The living room doubled as my office whenever I worked from home. But to us, it was perfect. Because everything inside those 4 walls belonged to us. Every picture we hung. Every piece of furniture we saved up to buy. Every Sunday morning spent drinking coffee on the tiny balcony. For the first time, home wasn't a place I wanted to escape. It was a place I couldn't wait to return to. One evening, we were putting together a cheap bookshelf we'd bought online. If you've ever assembled flat-pack furniture, you already know how this story begins. We argued over the instructions. I insisted the long wooden panel went on the left. Emma laughed. "No, genius. You're holding it upside down." "I'm definitely not." "You definitely are. I'm telling you." She simply turned the board around. Suddenly, Every hole lined up perfectly. She crossed her arms. So, I sighed dramatically. I'd like to formally apologize. She grinned. For underestimating your superior bookshelf building abilities. She burst into laughter. You know what? I could get used to hearing you admit I'm right. Don't get carried away. That night we sat on the floor eating pizza because we still hadn't bought a dining table. Emma looked around the apartment and smiled. We're doing okay. I looked around too. Second-hand couch. Used coffee table. Tiny television. A bookshelf we almost destroyed. She was right. We were doing okay. Not because of what we owned. Because of who we were becoming together. A few months later, I received a promotion at work. It wasn't anything life-changing. But it came with a decent raise. Enough that I could finally stop working weekends. The first thing I did was take Emma out to dinner. She thought we were celebrating the promotion. We were. Just. Not for the reason she thought. Because 3 weeks earlier, I'd quietly started looking for engagement rings. I had no idea how expensive rings were. Every jewelry store seemed brighter than the last. Glass cases. Perfect lighting. Salespeople who somehow knew exactly how much money you didn't have. One afternoon, an older jeweler noticed me staring at the same ring for almost 20 minutes. First time? I smiled nervously. Is it that obvious? He chuckled. You've walked past that case 6 times. I have. You also checked the price tag 4 different times. I laughed. Guilty. He opened the display case carefully. What can you tell me about her? I blinked. I thought you'd ask about my budget. He smiled. I can find a ring for almost any budget. What I can't do. He gently placed the ring into my hand. Is tell you which one reminds you of the woman you love. That question caught me completely off guard. So I told him about Emma. How she smiled every time she saw dogs. How she always ordered dessert first. How she'd secretly paid my electricity bill 1 month after I'd been struggling financially. Without ever telling me. I only found out because the utility company accidentally mailed the receipt to my apartment. The jeweler listened without interrupting. Finally he pointed toward a smaller ring. It wasn't the biggest diamond in the store. Not even close. But it was elegant. Simple. Timeless. I looked at it for almost a full minute. That's the one. He smiled. I thought you might say that. For nearly 2 months, I carried that ring everywhere. In my backpack. In my desk drawer. Even hidden inside my sock drawer at home. Finding the perfect moment suddenly felt impossible. Every idea either seemed too dramatic or not special enough. One Saturday morning, Emma suggested we visit the little lake where we'd had one of our earliest dates. We packed sandwiches, a blanket, a small portable speaker. Nothing fancy, just us. Around sunset, the entire lake turned orange. The water looked almost unreal. Emma leaned against my shoulder. This is my favorite place. I smiled. I know. She looked up. How? Because you've said that every single time we've come here. She laughed. Have I? Every time. For a few seconds. Neither of us spoke. I reached into my pocket. Suddenly, my hands started shaking. More than I expected. Emma noticed immediately. You okay? I nodded. Then laughed nervously. Actually, no. She frowned. No. I'm terrified. Why? I stood up, took one deep breath, then slowly lowered myself onto one knee. Emma covered her mouth. Before I could even open the ring box, tears filled her eyes. I smiled. Can I at least ask first? She nodded rapidly, laughing and crying at the same time. I opened the ring. Emma, you've made every ordinary day of my life feel extraordinary. You've loved me on days when I couldn't even like myself. You've shown me what home feels like. So, my voice cracked. Will you marry me? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she threw her arms around me so hard we both nearly fell backward onto the blanket. Yes. She laughed through tears. Of course I'll marry you. I've been waiting forever for you to ask. I slipped the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly. For several minutes, we simply sat there watching the sunset. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. Everything we'd dreamed about finally felt real. That evening, we called her parents first. Her mother cried so loudly through the phone that Emma had to hold it away from her ear. Her father laughed. I was wondering how much longer you were going to make us wait. Even through the phone, I could hear genuine happiness. The kind of happiness that doesn't compete with anyone else's. The kind that simply celebrates. Then, it was time to call my parents. And without realizing it, we were about to witness the very first warning sign that our wedding would never be as important to them as my sister's plans. The drive to my parents' house took just over an hour. Neither Emma nor I spoke much during the trip. Not because anything was wrong. We were still floating on that feeling every newly engaged couple knows. The excitement. The nerves. The endless conversations about the future. Emma couldn't stop looking at the ring on her finger. Every few minutes she'd turn her hand toward the window, watching the diamond catch the afternoon sunlight. Then she'd smile to herself. Seeing her that happy made every extra shift I'd worked feel worth it. You've looked at that ring at least 50 times, I teased. She laughed. I'm making sure it's real. It is. You promise? I spent 3 months paying for it. She reached across the center console and squeezed my hand. I would have said yes even if you'd proposed with a plastic ring. I know. Then why spend so much? I smiled. Because every time you look at it. She glanced down again. You smile exactly like that. She rolled her eyes. You're trying to make me cry before we even tell your parents. I think that's already happening. She laughed through the tears gathering in her eyes. I hate how well you know me. No. I said quietly. I think you just finally let someone know you. She smiled without saying another word. When we pulled into my parents' driveway, I immediately noticed something unusual. 3 extra cars were already parked outside. Emma looked at me. I thought it was just your parents. So did I. I shrugged. Maybe Grandma stopped by. We walked toward the front door. Before I even reached for the handle, it swung open. Lily. Mom shouted excitedly. There you are. Emma and I stopped walking. A second later, my sister stepped out of the hallway carrying several shopping bags. Oh. Mom blinked. I thought you were Lily. Then she smiled politely. Hi, you two. Not exactly the welcome I'd imagined after getting engaged. Dad appeared from the living room. Hey, Daniel. He shook my hand. Then nodded toward Emma. Good to see you. Again. Perfectly polite. Perfectly ordinary. I reminded myself not everyone showed excitement the same way. Maybe they just didn't know yet. The living room was crowded. Grandma sat on the couch. My aunt and uncle occupied the love seat. 2 cousins were arguing over the TV remote. Apparently everyone had gathered because Lily had returned from a weekend shopping trip. She immediately held up another bag. "You guys have to see these shoes." Everyone leaned forward. Mom gasped dramatically. "Oh my goodness." Dad laughed. "How many pairs does that make now?" Lily shrugged. "I lost count." Emma quietly glanced toward me. I gave her a reassuring smile. "We'll tell them in a minute." Dinner lasted almost an hour before there was finally a break in the conversation. Dad looked across the table. "So, what's new with you two?" I smiled. "Actually, we have something we'd like to share." Emma reached for my hand beneath the table. I could feel how nervous she was. I stood. Mostly because my legs suddenly refused to stay still. I looked at Emma. Then back at everyone else. I asked Emma to marry me yesterday. For one brief second. The room became completely silent. Then Grandma smiled. "Oh, that's wonderful." She stood and hugged us both. My aunt clapped politely. My uncle smiled. "Congratulations." Dad nodded once. "Good for you." Mom smiled. "I'm happy for you." There it was. The moment I'd imagined for months. The moment I'd pictured over and over in my head. And somehow, it felt strangely small. Not because nobody congratulated us. Because within less than 60 seconds, the conversation had already moved on. Lily suddenly leaned forward. "Oh, I forgot to tell everyone." Mom immediately looked toward her. "What?" "I've been thinking about taking a birthday trip next year." Dad smiled. "Really? Where?" "I'm thinking somewhere tropical." Immediately, the entire table shifted. Hotels, flights, beach resorts, cruises, vacation packages. For the next 40 minutes, nobody asked us another question about the engagement. Not one. Emma's ring sparkled under the dining room light. No one noticed. On the drive home, neither of us spoke. The silence felt heavier than usual. Finally, Emma broke it. "Can I ask you something?" "Always." "Was tonight?" She searched for the right words. "Normal." I kept my eyes on the road. "What do you mean?" They seemed happy. They were. But she looked down at the ring. "I thought people usually ask questions." I smiled sadly. "They do." "They didn't ask when you're planning the wedding." "No." "They didn't ask how you proposed." "No." "They didn't even ask to see the ring." I shook my head. "No." She looked out the passenger window for several seconds. "I don't think your mom even noticed I was wearing one." That sentence hurt. Because she was right. Mom never once asked to see the engagement ring. Not once. Instead, she spent nearly an hour discussing resorts for Lily's birthday. About 10 minutes later, Emma quietly reached over and held my hand. "I'm sorry." I frowned. "For what?" "I think tonight was supposed to be special." "It was." She smiled gently. "No." She looked at me. "It was supposed to be special for you too." I swallowed hard. Because the truth was, I didn't know any different. I'd become so used to moments being redirected toward Lily. That part of me hadn't even noticed it happening anymore. Emma had. And seeing it through her eyes made it impossible to ignore. Over the next few weeks, wedding planning officially began. And for a little while, everything felt exciting again. We toured venues, met photographers, sampled cakes, argued playfully over music playlists. Emma wanted a string quartet. I wanted a live band. She wanted elegant centerpieces. I wanted guests to remember the food. Eventually, we compromised on almost everything. Not because either of us had to win. Because building a life together meant learning how to choose each other over being right. It was the healthiest relationship I'd ever experienced. Which is probably why I failed to recognize the next warning sign when it arrived. Because while Emma and I were busy planning the happiest day of our lives, my sister was quietly making plans of her own. Plans that would eventually force every member of my family to make a choice. And when that moment came, they wouldn't choose me. If someone had walked into our apartment during those next few months, they probably would have thought we were planning a royal wedding. Our dining table disappeared beneath stacks of bridal magazines, venue brochures, fabric samples, guest lists, and color palettes. Sticky notes covered the refrigerator. The living room wall slowly turned into a giant planning board. Emma had everything organized. Different colored folders, color-coded calendars, even a spreadsheet with 3 separate backup plans in case anything went wrong. I used to tease her about it. You know we're planning a wedding, I'd say. Not launching a spaceship. She'd smile without looking up from her laptop. A spaceship would probably be easier. Why? Because spaceships don't have seating charts. I laughed. She wasn't wrong. Saturday mornings became our wedding mornings. We'd wake up early, grab coffee from the little cafe down the street, then spend the entire day visiting vendors, florists, photographers, cake tastings, decorations, DJ consultations. Sometimes we'd return home completely exhausted. Other times we'd laugh the entire drive back because something had gone hilariously wrong. Like the bakery that accidentally gave us dog treats instead of cake samples. Or the photographer who kept calling me David no matter how many times I corrected him. Those little disasters became some of our favorite memories. Because we were creating them together. One afternoon we visited the venue that would eventually become our wedding location. The moment Emma stepped into the garden, she stopped walking. Tall oak trees surrounded a beautiful stone pathway. White flowers lined the edges. A small lake reflected the afternoon sunlight just beyond the ceremony space. Everything felt peaceful, elegant, timeless. Emma slowly turned toward me. This is it. You sure? She nodded immediately. I don't need to see another venue. I smiled. We've only looked at 4. I know. But this one feels right. The venue manager approached us with a warm smile. We actually have one Saturday available next October. Emma looked at me. I looked at her. Neither of us needed to say anything. We already knew. We'll take it. The manager smiled. I'll prepare the contract. As we signed the paperwork, Emma squeezed my hand beneath the table. We're really doing this. I smiled. Yeah. We're really getting married. For the first time. Everything felt real. That evening we celebrated with pizza on our apartment floor. Again. By then we actually owned a dining table. We simply liked eating on the floor more. Emma raised her soda can. To us. I lifted mine. To surviving wedding planning. She laughed. We're only getting started. Neither of us had any idea how right she was. A few weeks later we began putting together the guest list. At first, it seemed simple. Emma came from a small family. Her parents, her younger brother, her grandparents, a few aunts, uncles, and cousins. Around 25 people altogether. Then we reached my side. Mom, Dad, Lily, Grandma, Grandpa, my aunt and uncle, 3 cousins, several family friends, former neighbors. The list kept growing. By the time we finished, nearly 40 guests belonged to my family alone. Emma looked at the total. Wow, you've got a big family. I smiled. Yeah, it'll be nice having everyone together. I nodded. I've been thinking the same thing. Looking back now, that sentence almost hurts to remember, because I truly believed it. A month later, our invitations finally arrived. Emma opened the first box like it contained priceless treasure. The cream-colored envelopes looked perfect. Elegant script. Gold foil lettering. Exactly the way she'd imagined. She handed me one. Go on. I opened it carefully. Seeing our names printed together made everything feel even more official. Emma Carter Daniel Brooks. Request the honor of your presence. I smiled. They're beautiful. She leaned against my shoulder. I can't wait to send them. Neither could I. That weekend we drove to my parents' house with a stack of invitations. Mom immediately admired the design. Oh, these are lovely. Dad nodded. Very classy. Even Lily looked up from her phone long enough to glance at one. They're cute. Cute. Coming from Lily. That was practically a standing ovation. We spent the next hour handing invitations to relatives who happened to be visiting. Everyone smiled. Everyone congratulated us. Everyone promised they'd be there. You wouldn't miss your own son's wedding, my aunt joked. Dad laughed. Not a chance. Grandma hugged me. I've already picked out my dress. Even Lily smiled. I'll be there. Those words stayed with me for months. Because I believed them. Every single one. Before leaving that evening, Mom stopped us near the front door. Oh, I almost forgot. What? She smiled. Lily's planning something really exciting for next year. I laughed. What now? A birthday trip. I shrugged. Sounds fun. Mom nodded enthusiastically. She's looking at beach resorts. Emma smiled politely. I'm sure it'll be beautiful. Mom continued talking. Different islands. Luxury hotels. Boat tours. Sunset dinners. I listened for a few minutes before finally asking, when is she thinking about going? Mom frowned slightly. I don't think she's decided yet. Hopefully not October. I laughed. That month's already busy. She smiled. I'm sure she'll work around it. I smiled back. So am I. At the time, neither of us realized how important that tiny conversation would become. Because while we were talking about invitations, my sister was already talking about vacations. And sooner than anyone expected, those two plans would collide. When they did, my family wouldn't hesitate. Not for a second. They'd make their choice. And they wouldn't choose me. For the next few months, life felt normal. Busy. Chaotic. Happy. Exactly the kind of chaos every engaged couple expects. Every week we crossed another task off our wedding checklist. Venue. Booked. Photographer. Booked. DJ. Booked. Flowers. Booked. Caterer. Booked. The officiant even joked that we were the most organized couple he'd worked with all year. Emma took that as the highest compliment imaginable. I teased her for printing 3 copies of every contract. What if one gets lost? She said. We still have 2 more. What if those get lost? She smiled proudly. I scanned everything. I laughed. I married an insurance policy. You haven't married me yet. I grinned. Good point. By early spring, every major decision had been made. The only thing left was waiting. Waiting for RSVP cards. Waiting for the wedding. Waiting for our future to finally begin. It felt peaceful. Too peaceful. Because looking back, that calm was only the silence before the storm. It happened on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. I had just finished a meeting at work. My phone buzzed. Mom calling. I smiled. She rarely called during work hours. Maybe she'd found her dress. Maybe Grandma needed help. Maybe. Hey, Mom. Hi, sweetheart. Her voice sounded unusually cheerful. Too cheerful. Busy? Not anymore. I just wanted to ask. How's wedding planning? I smiled. It's actually going really well. We finished the seating chart yesterday. Oh, that's wonderful. A brief silence followed. The kind of silence that tells you the real conversation hasn't started yet. So, she continued carefully. Lily has some exciting news. I leaned back in my office chair. Oh, what's going on? She's planning her birthday trip. I laughed. She's still talking about that. Oh. It's more than talking now. Everything's booked. I smiled. Good for her. Where's she going? A private resort in the Bahamas. Wow. Sounds expensive. It is. Another pause. Then. Almost the whole family is going. I nodded. I'm sure they'll have fun. They're really excited. I'm glad. Silence. Again. Then Mom quietly asked, Can I ask you something? Sure. Would it be possible? She hesitated. To move your wedding? For a second. I honestly thought I'd misheard her. I'm sorry. What? Just hear me out. No. I mean. I laughed nervously. I don't understand the question. Lily's trip is the same weekend. My smile disappeared. What? She accidentally booked it during your wedding. I stared at the wall across my office. No. She booked it the same weekend. Mom sighed. She forgot. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Mom. Our wedding date has been set for almost a year. I know. It's on every invitation. I know. Everyone. Already RSVP'd. I know. So. I took a slow breath. What exactly are you asking me? She lowered her voice. If you moved it a few weeks. Everything inside me went completely still. The venue. The deposits. The photographer. The florist. The musicians. The hotel reservations. The honeymoon. Everything flashed through my mind at once. Mom. We've already paid thousands of dollars. I know. People booked flights. I know. The venue has no other dates. I'm aware. Then why are we even discussing this? Her answer came without hesitation. Because family compromises. There it was. That word. Compromise. Funny thing about compromise. In my family, it always seemed to mean the same thing. Daniel gives something up. Lily gets what she wants. Every single time. I rubbed my forehead. So let me understand this. Lily booked a birthday vacation during my wedding. And now you want me to move my wedding so nobody has to miss her birthday? It sounds bad when you say it like that. I almost laughed. Mom, how else does it sound? She didn't answer. Instead, she quietly said, "You've always been the understanding one." There it was. Another sentence I'd heard my entire life. You've always been the understanding one. Translated into plain English, you're the one we expect to sacrifice. Again. I closed my eyes. No. Silence. What? We're not moving the wedding. But. No. You didn't even think about it. I've been thinking about this wedding for over a year. We're not changing it. Mom sighed loudly. I was afraid you'd react this way. I frowned. React? This way? You mean refusing to move my own wedding? She sounded disappointed. I just thought you'd put family first. I couldn't stop myself. I laughed. Not because anything was funny. Because the irony was unbelievable. I'm trying to. What? This wedding. I thought it was about family. She didn't say anything. Neither did I. After several long seconds, she quietly ended the call. I remained sitting in my office long after the phone went silent. People walked past my glass door. Co-workers laughed in the hallway. Someone knocked, asking if I was joining them for lunch. I couldn't even answer. Because one question kept repeating inside my head. Why was I the only one being asked to compromise? If family mattered so much, why wasn't anyone asking Lily to move her vacation? Why wasn't anyone telling her, your brother only gets married once? Instead, they were asking me to rearrange the biggest day of my life. For a birthday. I didn't know it then. But that phone call wasn't really a request. It was a test. And over the next few weeks, every member of my family would reveal exactly where I ranked in their lives. The answers would change mine forever. I sat in my office for almost 20 minutes after my conversation with Mom ended. My computer screen had gone dark. My coffee had turned cold. I couldn't remember the last email I'd read. Or the meeting I'd just walked out of. All I could think about was one sentence. Family compromises. The more I replayed those words, the angrier I became. Not because compromise is a bad thing. Healthy families compromise all the time. Parents compromise. Children compromise. Couples compromise. Friends compromise. But compromise only works when everyone gives something up. In my family, only one person ever did. Me. When I got home that evening, Emma was sitting at the dining table surrounded by wedding invitations. She looked up and smiled. You're late. I know. Everything okay? I tried to answer. Instead, I simply sat down across from her. She immediately noticed something was wrong. What happened? I rubbed both hands across my face. My mom called. Emma slowly put her pen down. What did she say? I let out a long breath. You should probably sit down. I already am. I managed a weak smile. Good. Then. I told her everything. Every word. Every excuse. Every unbelievable sentence. She didn't interrupt me once. Not once. She simply listened. When I finished, she stared at me in complete silence. Finally she asked, "They wanted you to?" She stopped herself. "No." She shook her head. "I need to hear you say it again because my brain refuses to believe people actually think like this. They asked us to move the wedding. For a birthday?" I nodded. She blinked twice. "No," she whispered. "They can't be serious." "I wish they weren't." She leaned back in her chair. "They know we've already paid deposits." "Yes." "They know guests booked flights." "Yes." "They know the venue is reserved." "Yes." "And they still asked." "Yes." For almost a full minute, neither of us spoke. Then Emma quietly reached across the table and took my hand. "I'm sorry." I looked at her. "For what?" "Because this should have been the happiest year of your life." I squeezed her hand gently. "It still is." She smiled sadly. "I hope so." The next morning, I woke up hoping maybe Mom had realized how unreasonable she'd sounded. Maybe she'd call back. Maybe she'd apologize. Maybe she'd say, "Forget everything I said. Lily's changing the trip." Instead, my phone rang. "Dad." I answered almost immediately. "Hey." "Morning." His voice sounded unusually casual. Like yesterday's conversation had never happened. "Busy?" "Not yet." "Good." I wanted to talk. Something inside me already knew where this was going. I leaned against the kitchen counter. "I'm listening." Dad cleared his throat. "Your mother told me about your conversation." I figured. "You know." He paused. "This doesn't have to become a big issue." I closed my eyes. "It's already a big issue." "Not if everyone stays calm." "I'm perfectly calm." "Good. Then let's talk logically." I almost laughed. Whenever my dad said logically, he usually meant emotionally. "Okay." He continued. "How much would it cost to move the wedding?" I stared out the kitchen window. "Dad." "No, seriously. Let's figure it out. You'll lose the deposit." "But that's just money." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Just money?" "Yes." I actually laughed. A short, disbelieving laugh. "Dad. We've spent almost $20,000. I know. We've been planning this for over a year." "I know. So why are you asking?" "Because your sister already paid for the vacation." There it was. The real reason. Not family. Not compromise. Money. Lily had already booked everything. Which meant everyone had already chosen. I frowned. "Wait. What? When did everyone book this trip?" Dad hesitated. "A few weeks ago." My stomach dropped. "A few weeks ago?" "Yes." "So?" I spoke slowly. "Everyone booked flights." "Yes." "They booked hotels." "Yes." "They requested vacation time." "Yes." "And nobody thought to tell me?" Silence. "Dad. Did everyone already know they weren't coming to my wedding?" Another long pause. Finally, he answered. "We were hoping you'd understand." Understand. That word again. Not discuss. Not decide together. Not vote. Understand. Which meant the decision had already been made. Before anyone even called me. I wasn't being asked. I was being informed. After hanging up, I didn't feel angry anymore. I felt empty. There was something strangely peaceful about finally understanding the truth. For weeks, I'd been telling myself this was all a misunderstanding. An accident. Poor planning. Bad timing. Now I knew better. My family hadn't accidentally chosen Lily. They had consciously chosen her. Long before anyone picked up the phone. That evening, Emma found me sitting on our apartment balcony. The sun was beginning to set. I hadn't moved in nearly an hour. She handed me a mug of coffee before sitting beside me. "You talked to your dad?" I nodded. "How'd you know?" "You have your balcony face." "My what?" "The face you make when you're trying to solve a problem you can't actually solve." I smiled faintly. "I have a balcony face." "You do." She laughed softly. "It's adorable." For a few moments, we watched the sunset together. Finally, I spoke. "They already booked everything." Emma turned toward me. "What do you mean?" "The trip. They already bought flights." She frowned. "What?" "They booked hotels weeks ago." Her expression slowly changed. "They knew." I nodded once. "They all knew. And they still RSVP'd yes to our wedding?" "Apparently." Emma looked away. For the first time since we'd gotten engaged, I saw tears filling her eyes. Not because of the wedding. Because of me. She wasn't crying over empty chairs. She was crying because she could finally see. This wasn't the first time my family had done something like this. It was simply the biggest. She quietly leaned her head against my shoulder. "I'm so sorry." I wrapped my arm around her. Neither of us said another word. Because there wasn't anything left to say. The hardest part wasn't realizing my family had chosen my sister. The hardest part was realizing they'd made that choice so easily. And deep down, I think they'd expected me to make it easy for them too. They thought I'd move the wedding, smile, apologize, and once again, make everyone else's life more convenient. This time, I wasn't going to do that. I just didn't realize yet how expensive that decision would become. For the next 3 days, nothing happened. No phone calls. No arguments. No text messages. Life almost felt normal again. I went to work. Emma finalized flower arrangements. Our wedding planner emailed us about table decorations. It almost convinced me that maybe, just maybe, my parents had accepted our decision. Maybe they realized we weren't moving the wedding. Maybe Lily decided to change her trip after all. Maybe everything was going to work itself out. Looking back, I should have known better. Because in my family, silence almost always came before disappointment. It started with my cousin, Jake. My phone buzzed while I was eating lunch at work. "Jake. Hey man, got a minute?" That wasn't unusual. Jake and I had always gotten along. We weren't incredibly close. But he was one of the few cousins who actually talked to me outside family gatherings. I called him. "Hey. Hey." His voice sounded awkward. Too awkward. "What's up?" There was a long pause. He cleared his throat. "I'm really sorry." My stomach tightened. "For what?" "I don't think we're going to make the wedding." I stared across the office cafeteria. "What happened?" "It's just." Another pause. "We already booked Lily's trip." I closed my eyes. "So that's it." "It's complicated." "No. It really isn't." He sighed. "You don't understand." "No. I understand perfectly. We already spent the money. So, I can't afford to lose it. I leaned back in my chair. If my wedding was important enough, you'd come anyway. Silence. Jake didn't argue. Because he knew. I was right. I really am sorry. I know. And I believed him. Jake sounded genuinely guilty. But guilt didn't change the outcome. 2 hours later. Another notification. Aunt Melissa. Sweetheart, please call me when you have time. I didn't need to. I already knew. Still. I called. The moment she answered, I heard it in her voice. I'm so sorry, honey. I looked out the office window. You booked the trip too. Yes. Let me guess. You'll celebrate with us another time. She didn't answer. Because that was exactly what she planned to say. I really wanted to be there. But Lily already organized everything. I finished the sentence for her. Yes. I thanked her for letting me know. Then ended the call. No yelling. No accusations. No drama. I simply hung up. By Friday, 3 more relatives had cancelled. Each conversation sounded almost identical. We hope you understand. It's already paid for. We'll make it up to you. We'll celebrate later. The words blurred together until they all sounded exactly the same. Different voices. Same excuse. That evening, Emma and I sat at our dining table reviewing the seating chart. She opened the RSVP website. Then slowly looked up. They're changing their responses. I nodded. I know. One by one. She clicked each notification. Declined. Another. Declined. Another. Declined. She stopped counting after the 7th cancellation. Quietly, she picked up a pencil. Then began crossing names off the seating chart. Each scratch of graphite across the paper sounded louder than the last. Neither of us spoke. She crossed out my aunt. Then my uncle. Then Jake. Then another cousin. Finally, she put the pencil down. There are 21 empty seats. I looked at the chart. My side of the reception had gone from full to almost half empty. Emma swallowed hard. We can rearrange the tables. I smiled gently. The tables aren't the problem. She looked at me. I know. The problem wasn't empty chairs. It was knowing exactly why they were empty. The next morning, Chris showed up at our apartment carrying 2 boxes of donuts. He took one look at my face and said, "How many?" I didn't ask what he meant. I already knew. 7. So far. He slowly nodded. They actually cancelled. One after another. Chris sat down without saying anything. Emma handed him the updated guest list. He looked at it. His jaw tightened. Then he looked back at me. You know what? What? They don't deserve front row seats. I laughed quietly. I don't think they deserve back row seats either. He smiled. Now you're getting it. Later that afternoon, Chris made a phone call I didn't know about. Actually, several phone calls. I only found out because my phone started buzzing non-stop that evening. One message after another. Mark. Heard about your family. We're coming early if you need help. Another. Ethan. Chris told us what happened. Whatever you need, we're there. Another. Sarah. My parents asked if it's okay if they stay for the reception too. I frowned. What? Emma looked over. What is it? I showed her the messages. She smiled through tears. They're trying to help. The next message made me stop breathing for a second. It was from Chris. Empty seats don't stay empty if real friends have anything to say about it. I read it twice. Then a third time. For the first time all week. I felt something besides disappointment. Gratitude. Because while my family was busy choosing somewhere else to be, my friends were choosing me. Without hesitation. Without conditions. Without asking what they'd get in return. That night, Emma curled up beside me on the couch. Can I tell you something? Always. I've been thinking. About what? She smiled softly. I don't think your wedding guest list is getting smaller. I frowned. It literally is. She shook her head. No. She reached for my hand. I think it's getting more honest. I looked at her. The people who show up now, she squeezed my fingers, are the people who actually want to be there. I didn't answer immediately, because deep down, I knew she was right. But another part of me still couldn't let go of one question. Would my parents really miss my wedding? Not just threaten to. Not just pressure me. Actually, miss it. I kept telling myself there had to be a line they wouldn't cross. A point where they'd finally say, enough is enough. We're going to the wedding. I still believed that. Right up until the day my own mother called me, to officially tell me she wasn't coming. And nothing could have prepared me for that conversation. The call came exactly 8 days before the wedding. I still remember the time. 7:42 p.m. Emma was in the kitchen trying to convince me that we absolutely needed a signature cocktail for the reception. I kept insisting people would be perfectly happy with regular drinks. She rolled her eyes. You have no imagination. I have a budget. She laughed. And I love you anyway. Before I could answer, my phone lit up. Mom calling. For some reason, my heart still jumped. After everything that had happened, after all the cancelled RSVPs, after every uncomfortable conversation, some small part of me still hoped. Maybe she'd say they were coming. Maybe she'd tell me everyone had cancelled the vacation. Maybe she'd apologize. Maybe. I answered immediately. Hey. Mom. There was no greeting. No small talk. No how are you? Just silence. Finally, she spoke. I wanted you to hear this from me. My stomach tightened. Hear what? We're not coming. For a moment, everything around me disappeared. The television. The kitchen. Emma humming while she cooked. The only thing I could hear was my own heartbeat. I swallowed. What? We're going with Lily. She said it so calmly. As if she were telling me the weather forecast. As if she weren't choosing a birthday vacation over her son's wedding. I leaned against the wall. So, that's it. We've already committed. I laughed quietly. You committed to my wedding first. Silence. Then, things changed. No. I said firmly. You changed. She sighed. Daniel. Please don't make this harder. I stared at the ceiling. I'm making this harder. Yes. You've put everyone in a difficult position. I actually pulled the phone away from my ear. Had I heard that correctly? I put it back. I'm the one putting people in a difficult position. If you'd just moved the wedding. I interrupted her. No. You don't get to say that anymore. Silence. Again. Then. Her voice became colder. You're being selfish. The word hit me harder than I expected. Selfish. I almost smiled. Not because it was funny. Because I'd spent my entire childhood sacrificing things for this family. Birthday plans. Vacations. Money. Time. Attention. Dreams. And somehow, the first time I refused to give something up, I became selfish. I took a deep breath. Mom, can I ask you one question? What? If Lily had planned her wedding first, and I scheduled a fishing trip the same weekend, what would you tell me? She didn't answer. Mom, I asked you a question. Another long silence. Finally, you know that's different. No, it isn't. It really isn't. She tried again. Lily already paid. So did I. This vacation means a lot to her. So does my wedding. Birthdays are important. I couldn't stop myself. I laughed. A birthday? My wedding. And you're comparing the two? It isn't just a birthday. She sounded frustrated now. It's about family spending time together. I closed my eyes. You mean the family that won't spend time together at my wedding? She had no answer. Because there wasn't one. Emma quietly walked into the living room. She took one look at my face. And immediately stopped smiling. She didn't ask who was on the phone. She already knew. Mom spoke again. I hope one day you'll understand. I nodded slowly. I think I finally do. What does that mean? It means. I looked toward Emma. It means I finally understand exactly where I stand. She sighed. Don't be dramatic. That sentence somehow hurt more than everything else she'd said. Because she genuinely believed this wasn't a big deal. To her, this was just another compromise. Another scheduling conflict. Another family disagreement. To me, it was the day my parents chose not to watch their only son get married. Those are not the same thing. I spoke as calmly as I could. I won't ask you again. Ask me what? To come. She sounded relieved. Thank you. But I want you to remember something. What? When people tell you who they are, you should believe them. She frowned. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. You will. Then, for the first time in my entire life, I ended the conversation before my mother did. I pressed end call. And just stared at the screen. Emma slowly walked over. She didn't ask what happened. She simply wrapped both arms around me. I stood there without moving. For almost a full minute. Finally, she whispered, "They're not coming." I shook my head. No. She held me tighter. I'm so sorry. I buried my face against her shoulder. Not because I wanted to cry. Because I was exhausted. Exhausted from hoping. Exhausted from making excuses. Exhausted from believing that maybe, this time, things would be different. Later that night, I sat alone on our apartment balcony. The city was quiet. Streetlights stretched into the distance. Cars passed below. Life continued. As if nothing had happened. I thought about every birthday I'd shared with my family. Every Christmas. Every Thanksgiving. Every soccer game. Every graduation. Every moment I'd spent trying to earn a place in their hearts. And suddenly, something became painfully clear. I had spent 30 years chasing people who had never once chased me. I was always the one calling first. Always the one visiting. Always the one apologizing. Always the one compromising. Always me. For the first time in my life, I asked myself a question I'd been avoiding for years. What if I stopped? Not out of anger. Not to punish them. Not to make a point. Just stopped. Stopped chasing. Stopped begging. Stopped pretending. I didn't know it then. But that quiet thought would become the most important decision of my entire life. Because once the wedding was over, I wasn't going to confront my family. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to demand explanations. I was simply going to do something they'd never expect. I was going to let them experience a life without me in it. And none of us understood yet just how much that would change everything. The morning of my wedding began at 5:17 a.m. Not because I set an alarm. Because I couldn't sleep. I opened my eyes, stared at the ceiling, and immediately remembered what day it was. Today. After 18 months of planning. After hundreds of decisions. After thousands of dollars. Today was finally here. I quietly slipped out of bed, trying not to wake Emma. For a moment. I just stood there watching her sleep. She looked peaceful. Calm. The complete opposite of how I felt. I leaned down and kissed her forehead. She smiled without opening her eyes. You're nervous. I laughed softly. Was I that obvious? You've been awake for 3 minutes. I can hear you thinking. You know me too well. She finally opened one eye. I plan to spend the rest of my life doing exactly that. Even now, on one of the hardest days of my life, she somehow found a way to make me smile. By 7 o'clock, the venue was already buzzing with activity. Florists carried boxes of fresh flowers through the garden. The catering staff hurried between the kitchen and reception hall. Our photographer walked around capturing quiet moments before the ceremony. The wedding coordinator seemed to be everywhere at once. Checking chairs. Straightening tablecloths. Answering phone calls. Making sure every tiny detail was perfect. Emma had dreamed about this day for over a year. Looking around, I realized she'd gotten exactly what she wanted. Everything was beautiful. Chris pulled into the parking lot just after 8. He climbed out carrying 2 garment bags and a coffee tray. I brought reinforcements. I accepted one of the coffees. You're officially my favorite person. He smirked. Good. Because your family isn't winning that competition today. I laughed. It was the first real laugh I'd had in days. Inside the groom's suite, everyone tried to keep the mood light. Mark was arguing with Ethan about whether bow ties should already come tied. Someone accidentally sprayed too much cologne. Another groomsman couldn't remember how cufflinks worked. For a little while. It almost felt normal. Almost. Then I looked at the clock. 9:15. Guests would begin arriving in less than an hour. Almost automatically, I reached for my phone. Nothing. No calls. No messages. No last-minute apology. I told myself that was okay. I'd already accepted they weren't coming. Or at least, that's what I wanted to believe. Around 10 o'clock, our wedding coordinator knocked gently before stepping inside. Guests are starting to arrive. I smiled. Great. She hesitated. Then quietly added, We've reserved the front row exactly the way you requested. My smile faded just a little. My parents' seats? She nodded. And your grandparents? Your sister? The whole family? I looked down. For a moment. I imagined walking into the ceremony and seeing those seats filled. Mom smiling through tears. Dad pretending he wasn't emotional. Grandpa giving me that proud little nod he always did. Lily. Well, Maybe even Lily smiling. It was ridiculous. After everything that had happened, some part of me still believed miracles existed. Chris noticed where my mind had gone. They're not coming. I know. You don't sound convinced. I sighed. I keep thinking. What? What if they surprise me? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over and stood beside me. I've known you for 12 years. Yeah. I've never seen you give up on people. I looked at him. Is that a bad thing? No. He smiled sadly. But sometimes, the kindest thing you can do is stop giving chances to people who keep proving they don't want them. Those words stayed with me long after he said them. At 10:40, guests filled nearly every chair. Emma's parents greeted relatives near the entrance. Children laughed while chasing each other across the lawn. The string quartet quietly tuned their instruments. Everything looked exactly the way we'd imagined. Except one section. The entire front row on my side remained empty. 5 white chairs. 5 tiny name cards. 5 painful reminders. Reserved. Waiting. Unused. The wedding coordinator walked over. Would you like us to remove the name cards? I looked toward the empty seats. For several seconds, I couldn't answer. Finally, no. She nodded gently. If anything changes, we'll be ready. She was still hoping. Just like I was. 10 minutes before the ceremony, my phone vibrated. Every conversation around me disappeared. This was it. I knew it. I reached into my pocket so quickly I nearly dropped the phone. For one brief second, hope came rushing back. Maybe they were outside. Maybe they got lost. Maybe. The screen lit up. Instagram notification. Lily added to her story. I froze. Chris looked over immediately. What is it? I didn't answer. I couldn't. Slowly, almost against my own will, I tapped the notification. The video loaded. Bright sunshine. Crystal clear water. A luxury yacht drifting across the ocean. Loud music. Laughter. Champagne glasses clinking together. Then, the camera turned. And there they were. Every single member of my family. My mom. My dad. Grandma. My aunt. My uncle. My cousins. Standing together behind Lily. Everyone smiling. Everyone laughing. Everyone wearing matching white shirts. Across the front, gold letters shimmered in the sunlight. Lily's birthday weekend. My sister lifted a champagne glass. Best birthday ever. Everyone cheered. My mother hugged her tightly. My father laughed. Someone started singing happy birthday. Then I noticed the caption. Family over everything, red heart hash. I felt every ounce of hope leave my body. Not because they weren't coming. I'd already known that. But because they looked happy. Not guilty. Not conflicted. Happy. As if missing my wedding hadn't crossed their minds for even a second. Chris slowly reached for my phone. He watched the story once. Then lowered it. His jaw clenched. I don't even know what to say. Neither did I. Because there are some kinds of pain that language simply isn't built to explain. Outside, the music began. The ceremony was about to start. And for the first time since I'd gotten engaged, I accepted the truth. My family wasn't running late. They weren't stuck in traffic. They weren't coming. At all. The music began. Soft. elegant. Exactly the way Emma had imagined. One by one, our guests stood from their seats. The string quartet filled the garden with a melody we'd listened to at least 50 times while planning the ceremony. I took my place at the altar. The officiant smiled at me. "You ready?" I nodded. "As ready as I'll ever be." It wasn't completely true. Part of me was still searching, still hoping, still glancing toward the entrance every few seconds. Even after everything, I couldn't completely let go. The first bridesmaids appeared. They walked slowly down the aisle, smiling at the guests. Then came Emma's younger brother. Then my groomsmen. Chris reached my side and quietly whispered, "Eyes forward." "I know." "No." He smiled gently. "I mean it. They've already made their choice. Don't let them steal this moment too." I swallowed. He was right. But accepting something and believing it were two completely different things. The officiant looked toward the entrance. "Everyone ready?" The wedding coordinator gave a small nod. The music changed. Every guest turned around. And then Emma appeared. For a few seconds, the entire world disappeared. The empty chairs, the unanswered calls, the Instagram story, the yacht, the birthday trip. Everything vanished. All I could see was her. She wore a simple white dress. Not overly expensive. Not covered in diamonds. Just elegant. Beautiful. Completely Emma. She looked at me and smiled. Not the polite smile she'd worn for photographs all morning. The real one. The smile I'd fallen in love with years earlier in that tiny bookstore. By the time she reached the altar, neither of us had dry eyes. She quietly laughed. "You've been crying. So have you." "I know. I was hoping you wouldn't notice." "I always notice." That made both of us laugh. The guests laughed too. Just enough to break the tension. The officiant smiled warmly. "We are gathered here today. I wish I could tell you I remembered every word. I don't. Not because they weren't meaningful. Because I spent the entire ceremony looking at Emma. Every promise. Every sentence. Every smile. She listened to each word as though nothing else in the world existed. Maybe that's why. Halfway through the ceremony, I finally stopped wondering whether my parents might still arrive. I realized something. The only person who absolutely needed to be here already was. When it came time for our vows, Emma insisted I go first. I unfolded the piece of paper from my pocket. My hands were shaking. Not from fear, from emotion. I looked into her eyes. "Emma, when I was younger, I used to believe home was a place, a house, a neighborhood, a family." I smiled softly. "Then I met you, and I realized home was never a place. It was a person." Tears filled her eyes immediately. Mine weren't far behind. "You've shown me kindness when I thought I had to earn it. You've loved me on days I couldn't love myself. You've reminded me that being chosen should never feel like a privilege. It should feel normal." I took a slow breath. "I promise to choose you every single day, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. I promise to protect your heart, to make you laugh, to admit when you're right." She smiled. "Even though that'll be difficult." The guests laughed. "So difficult." I grinned. "But I'll try. I promise that no matter what happens, You will never have to wonder whether you matter to me. You never have. And you never will. By the time I finished, there wasn't a dry eye in the front few rows. Even our photographer quietly wiped away tears before lifting her camera again. Emma unfolded her vows. She looked at me for a long moment before speaking. When people ask me why I fell in love with you, they expect some dramatic story. They expect fireworks. They expect a perfect moment. She smiled. But the truth is, I fell in love with the little things. The way you always make sure everyone else has enough before serving yourself. The way you stop to help strangers. The way you apologize for things that aren't your fault. She paused. Then gently reached for both of my hands. I hope one day you stop apologizing for existing. The words hit me so hard. I couldn't breathe. Because she knew. She knew exactly how I'd spent my entire life. Trying not to be inconvenient. Trying not to take up space. Trying not to ask for too much. She squeezed my hands. You deserve people who choose you. Not because they have to. Because they want to. And for the rest of my life, I'll keep choosing you. Every single day. The officiant smiled. I believe that's my cue. The guests laughed softly. He looked at both of us. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride. The applause started before we even kissed. Loud. Joyful. Genuine. The kind of applause I'd spent my entire childhood chasing. Except this time, I wasn't chasing it. It came freely. From people who wanted to celebrate us. As we walked back down the aisle together, I noticed something unexpected. Several guests had quietly moved. Without anyone asking. They'd filled the empty seats on my side. Not because they belonged there. Because they didn't want those chairs to stay empty in our wedding photos. One older couple I barely knew smiled as we walked past. The husband whispered, "No groom should look over and see empty seats." His wife nodded. So we borrowed them. I felt my throat tighten. These people, who weren't related to me, who owed me absolutely nothing, had shown me more compassion in 5 minutes than some of my relatives had shown me in 30 years. The reception began with laughter, music, conversations, children running between tables. For a little while, I forgot about everything else, until someone accidentally reminded me. One of Emma's cousins approached us during dinner. She looked around the room, then quietly asked, "I hope this isn't rude, but where's your family?" The room became strangely quiet. Several nearby guests stopped talking, waiting. I looked around the reception hall, then smiled politely. They had somewhere else they'd rather be. She frowned. "Oh, I'm sorry." I nodded. "So am I." That was all I said. Because I refused to let my family's choices become the center of our wedding. They'd already taken enough from that day. I wasn't giving them the reception too. But later that night, after the dancing, after the cake, after everyone had gone home, I would make a quiet decision. Not out of anger. Not out of revenge. Just out of acceptance. A decision that would change every holiday, every birthday, every family gathering. For the rest of my life, people assume there was some huge confrontation after the wedding. That I stood up during the reception and made a speech. That I sent my family a long angry message. That I posted something dramatic on social media. There wasn't. Not even close. The biggest decision of my life happened. In complete silence. Around midnight, Emma and I finally made it back to our hotel suite. The room was quiet. The flowers from the reception had already been placed on the table. Our wedding gifts filled one corner. Her shoes were lying in the middle of the floor where she'd kicked them off the second we walked inside. She laughed. I swear those things were designed by someone who hated women. I smiled. You still looked amazing. I also couldn't feel my toes. I laughed for the first time all day. A real laugh. The kind that makes your shoulders relax. The kind that reminds you life isn't completely broken. Emma disappeared into the bathroom to wash off her makeup. I loosened my tie and finally pulled my phone out of my pocket. 137 notifications. I stared at the screen for several seconds. Most of them came from friends. Photos. Videos. Congratulations. Messages telling us how beautiful the ceremony had been. I smiled. Then, I saw the family group chat. 32 unread messages. I opened it. Not because I expected an apology. Because I wanted to know if anyone had even mentioned the wedding. The first message was from my aunt. The beach is gorgeous. Then my cousin. Dinner reservations are at 7. Then my mom. Everyone meet in the lobby by 6. Another picture. Lily holding a giant birthday cake. More photos. Jet skis. The pool. Cocktails. Fireworks. Someone had uploaded nearly 50 pictures. Not one. Not a single one. Mentioned my wedding. Not one congratulations. Not one wish we could be there. Not one thinking about you. Nothing. It was as if my wedding had never happened. I slowly locked my phone. Set it face down on the table. And something inside me finally became quiet. Emma walked out wearing one of my oversized t-shirts. She immediately noticed my expression. You looked. I nodded. Anything? I smiled. No. She walked over and sat beside me. I know that smile. No, you don't. I do. It's your. I'm pretending this doesn't hurt smile. I looked down at my wedding ring. Then back at her. I think I'm done. She frowned. Done with what? Trying. The room became completely silent. Not an awkward silence. A peaceful one. Like we'd both been waiting for those words. I don't think I can keep chasing people who keep running in the opposite direction. Emma reached for my hand. You don't have to. No. I smiled. I really don't. The next morning, we left for our honeymoon. For an entire week. I didn't answer a single family message. Not because I was trying to punish anyone. Because there weren't any. No one called. No one checked in. No one asked how the wedding went. No one asked if we made it safely. It was strangely liberating. For the first time in years, I wasn't waiting for my phone to ring. When we got home, life slowly settled into something wonderfully ordinary. Monday mornings. Laundry. Grocery shopping. Work. Movie nights. Weekend walks. The little routines that quietly become a marriage. One evening, about 3 weeks after the wedding, Emma looked up from the couch. Thanksgiving is next month. I nodded. It is. What do you want to do? That question stopped me. Because every Thanksgiving of my life had looked exactly the same. My parents hosted. Everyone came. Lily somehow became the center of attention. And I spent the drive home wondering why I felt lonely in a house full of relatives. Emma waited patiently. Finally, I answered. I don't think I want to go. She looked surprised. Are you sure? I think so. You don't have to decide right now. I already did. She didn't ask another question. She simply smiled. Then let's make our own Thanksgiving. A week later, Mom called. Don't forget Thanksgiving. I held the phone against my shoulder while making dinner. We're not coming. Silence. What? We already have plans. What plans? I looked over at Emma. She was chopping vegetables while quietly humming to herself. I smiled. Our own. Mom sounded confused. But we've always done Thanksgiving together. I stirred the pasta sauce. I know. So. I spoke gently. We're starting our own traditions. She laughed nervously. Don't be ridiculous. It's one dinner. No. I corrected her. It's our first Thanksgiving as a married couple. And we'd like to spend it together. There was another long silence. Finally she said, well, I guess we'll see you at Christmas. I didn't answer immediately, because for the first time, I wasn't sure that was true. Thanksgiving arrived. Emma invited her parents, Chris and his wife, Mark, two neighbors who didn't have family nearby. We cooked far too much food. Burned one pie. Played board games until almost midnight. At one point, I looked around the dining table. Everyone was laughing. Nobody interrupted anyone. Nobody competed for attention. Nobody made someone else feel invisible. Emma caught me smiling. What? I looked around the room again. I was just thinking. What? This is the first family dinner I can remember where I didn't feel lonely. She reached under the table and squeezed my hand, without saying a word, because she understood exactly what I meant. I didn't realize it that night, but we had just started building something my childhood never gave me. A family that chose each other. And while we were creating new traditions, my parents still believed I'd eventually come back. They thought I was just upset, that I'd calm down, that everything would return to normal. They had no idea. Normal had ended the day they chose my sister's birthday over my wedding. And I was never going back. People think cutting someone out of your life happens in one dramatic moment. It doesn't. At least, it didn't for me. It happened in tiny decisions. One invitation I didn't send. One phone call I didn't make. One holiday I chose to spend somewhere else. There wasn't a grand announcement. No family meeting. No speech. I simply stopped chasing people who had spent 30 years expecting me to do all the running. A week after Thanksgiving, my phone rang. Mom. I already knew why she was calling. Hi, Mom. Daniel. Her voice sounded unusually cheerful. So, what time are you two coming on Christmas Eve? I looked across the living room. Emma was decorating our first Christmas tree. She'd insisted we buy a real one. Now she was standing on a chair trying to place the star on top. She looked over at me and smiled. I smiled back. Then I answered. We're not coming. Silence. Longer this time. Finally. What do you mean? I mean we're staying home. But you've never missed Christmas. I know. So why start now? I didn't answer immediately, because I wasn't trying to hurt her. I was simply telling the truth. We're starting our own traditions. Again. That sentence. The exact same one I'd used for Thanksgiving. Mom sounded frustrated. This is becoming a habit. I quietly laughed. What is? Skipping family holidays. I looked at our tiny apartment. The stockings Emma had hung over. The fireplace. The Christmas music playing softly in the background. The smell of cinnamon candles filling the room. For the first time, home actually felt peaceful. I'm not skipping family, I said softly. I'm spending Christmas with my family. She didn't respond. Because she knew exactly what I meant. Christmas morning arrived with fresh snow covering the streets. Emma woke me up before sunrise. Merry Christmas. She climbed back under the blanket carrying 2 mugs of hot chocolate. You made hot chocolate. I may have burned the first batch. I laughed. I appreciate the honesty. We stayed in bed for almost an hour. Talking. Laughing. Opening gifts. No stress. No arguments. No one competing for attention. Just peace. Around noon, my phone buzzed. Family group chat. Mom had posted a picture of everyone standing around the Christmas tree. Dad. Lily. Grandma. My aunt. My uncle. Everyone smiling. The caption read, "Missing a few people today." That was it. Not, "We wish Daniel and Emma were here." Not, "We hope they're enjoying their first Christmas." Just, "Missing a few people." As though we'd simply forgotten to show up. I locked my phone. Emma noticed. You okay? I smiled. I actually am. And for the first time, I meant it. A few weeks later, life settled back into its normal rhythm. Work. Dinner together. Weekend grocery shopping. Movie nights on the couch. Ordinary life. It wasn't exciting. It wasn't dramatic. It was exactly what I'd always wanted. Predictable. Safe. Happy. Then one Friday evening, Emma walked into the apartment holding a small white envelope. She wasn't saying anything. She just stood there smiling. The kind of smile that immediately makes you wonder what's happening. What? She handed me the envelope. I frowned. What is this? Open it. Inside was a pregnancy test. 2 bright pink lines. I looked up. Then back down. Then back at Emma. Neither of us spoke. I think my brain stopped working for a full 10 seconds. Finally, I whispered, "Are you serious?" She nodded. Tears already filling her eyes. We're having a baby. I don't remember crossing the room. 1 second we were standing apart. The next, I was holding her so tightly we were both laughing. I can't believe it. I know. We're going to be parents. She nodded against my shoulder. We really are. That night, we stayed awake until almost 3 in the morning. Talking about names, bedrooms, schools, the future, everything. Then, around 2:30, Emma quietly asked, "When do you want to tell everyone?" I knew exactly what she meant. Our parents, our families, friends, co-workers, everyone. I looked at the sonogram appointment we'd already scheduled. Then back at her. I don't. She frowned slightly. You don't. I don't want another big family announcement. She stayed quiet. Waiting. I spent my entire life chasing moments with them. I don't want to do that anymore. She reached for my hand. So, we tell people when we're ready. I smiled. Exactly. No special phone calls. No dramatic reveal. No chasing. She nodded. I like that. So do I. Neither of us realized. That simple decision would become the next thing my family believed they were entitled to. Because when our baby finally arrived, they would expect front row seats again. The difference this time was that I had finally learned something. Being related to someone doesn't automatically earn them a place in your biggest moments. Sometimes, people choose to lose that privilege themselves. And my family had been making that choice for years. For the first 4 months of Emma's pregnancy, almost no one in my family knew. Not because we were hiding, because we had stopped feeling obligated to report every major event in our lives. That was one of the strangest adjustments after the wedding. At first, I kept reaching for my phone whenever something exciting happened. A promotion at work. Our first ultrasound. Hearing the baby's heartbeat. Finding out we were having a boy. Every time, my instinct said, "Call Mom." Then another voice quietly reminded me, "She didn't call after your wedding." So I put the phone back down. Not angrily. Not dramatically. Just quietly. Our 20th week ultrasound was one of the happiest days of my life. The technician smiled as she moved the wand across Emma's stomach. There he is. A tiny heartbeat echoed through the room. Fast. Strong. Perfect. Emma grabbed my hand so tightly it almost hurt. I didn't care. I couldn't stop staring at the monitor. Our son stretched one tiny arm. Then yawned. The technician laughed. Looks like somebody's already tired. Emma started crying. So did I. The technician smiled. Happens almost every day. She handed us the printed ultrasound pictures. Congratulations. I carefully held those tiny black and white photos like they were made of glass. Because to me, they were priceless. On the drive home, Emma looked out the passenger window with the ultrasound picture resting in her lap. What are you thinking? She smiled. I'm thinking. Our son is going to be so loved. I reached across the center console and held her hand. He already is. She nodded. I know. Then she looked at me. I've been thinking about something. What? My mom wants to throw us a baby shower. I smiled. She'd probably love that. She would. She hesitated. What about your family? The question hung in the air. I didn't answer immediately, because I honestly didn't know. Finally, I shrugged. I don't think they even know yet. Emma looked surprised. Really? I don't think anyone's asked. She thought about that for a moment. Then quietly said, That's sad. I shook my head. No. It would have been sad a year ago. Now. I smiled. It just is what it is. Emma's baby shower took place on a sunny Saturday afternoon. Her mother transformed their backyard into something that looked like it belonged in a magazine. Blue and white balloons floated above every table. Tiny stuffed animals decorated the gift table. Homemade cupcakes lined one side of the yard. Friends, neighbors, co-workers. Everyone laughed, played games, and guessed the baby's birthday. At one point, Chris walked over carrying an enormous wrapped box. What is that? He grinned. Something every little boy needs. I opened it. Inside was the tiniest baseball glove I'd ever seen. Emma laughed so hard she nearly cried. It's adorable. Chris shrugged. I figured if he hates baseball, it'll still make a good story. Halfway through the party, someone asked, So, When are you telling the rest of the family? Emma looked toward me. I smiled. They'll find out. When? The same way everyone else does. No one questioned it. Because our friends had watched everything that happened after the wedding. They understood. No explanation was necessary. 3 weeks later, Emma posted a single photo online. Just one. She stood in our backyard wearing a light blue dress, one hand resting gently on her growing belly. I stood behind her with both arms wrapped around her. The caption simply read, "Our greatest adventure begins this winter. Blue heart." Within minutes, hundreds of congratulations poured in. Friends, co-workers, former classmates, neighbors, even people we hadn't spoken to in years. Then, about an hour later, my phone rang. Mom. I looked at the screen. Emma looked at me. "You don't have to answer." I nodded. "I know. But I did." "Hello." There was no greeting. No congratulations. No excitement. Just one question. "Why didn't you tell us?" I leaned back in my chair. "Tell you what? Don't play games." I saw Emma's post. "We're having a grandson." And I had to find out on Facebook. I stayed quiet for a moment. Then answered honestly. "Actually, you found out on Instagram." Silence. "You know what I mean." "I do." She sounded genuinely hurt. "I can't believe you'd let strangers know before your own mother." I looked across the room. Emma was assembling the baby's crib, carefully reading every instruction twice, completely unaware that another familiar argument had just begun. "Mom." "What?" "They're not strangers." "What?" "They're the people who showed up." Silence. Longer this time. Then, "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means." I took a slow breath. "The people who celebrated our wedding were also the first people we wanted to celebrate this." Her voice hardened. "So we're being punished." I shook my head even though she couldn't see me. "No. This isn't punishment. It's distance. You created it." She immediately interrupted. "We missed one event." I closed my eyes. "No. You missed the event. My wedding. And after that, you missed everything else too." She tried to speak. I continued. "You never called to ask how married life was. You never asked how Emma was doing. You never visited. You never wondered why we stopped coming. And now, the first time you've called in months is because social media told you something." The line went completely silent. "Finally," she whispered. "I didn't realize you were still holding on to that." I smiled sadly. "I'm not holding on to it. I let it go. What you're seeing now is what letting go actually looks like." I ended the call gently. Not because I was angry. Because there was nothing left to explain. For the first time in my life, I wasn't trying to convince my family to understand me. I had finally accepted that they probably never would. And strangely enough, that acceptance hurt far less than false hope ever had. After that phone call, life became surprisingly quiet. Not awkward. Not tense. Just quiet. Mom didn't call again. Dad didn't text. Lily never reached out. For almost 3 months. The only updates my family got about our lives came from whatever Emma and I chose to post online. And honestly, there wasn't much. A picture from a weekend hike. A photo of the nursery halfway finished. A short video of Emma laughing because I assembled the crib backwards. Normal things. Happy things. Private things. It felt peaceful. The nursery quickly became our favorite room in the house. Every evening after work, we'd spend an hour inside it. Some nights we painted. Other nights we folded tiny baby clothes. Emma insisted every Odyssey needed to be folded a certain way. I insisted babies didn't care. They don't. She agreed. But I do. I laughed. Fair enough. One evening, I stood in the doorway watching her carefully place tiny books on a bookshelf. She noticed me smiling. What? I was just thinking. Dangerous. She teased. Very. I never imagined I'd get excited over someone who's not even here yet. She placed one tiny stuffed elephant into the crib. You already love him. I do. So do I. Then she smiled. And he hasn't even started keeping us awake all night. Around the beginning of November, Emma's mom called. I need a favor. What is it? I found the cutest rocking chair. Emma laughed. Mom, you've already bought enough. Nonsense. A grandmother can never buy enough. I smiled from across the room. Emma put the call on speaker. Her mom continued. I'll bring dinner too. Emma looked at me. See? I told you she'd find another excuse to visit. We both laughed. Her parents came over almost every weekend after that. Sometimes they brought food. Sometimes baby clothes. Sometimes they came just to help organize the nursery. Never once did they make us feel guilty. Never once did they act entitled. They always asked first. Can we come over? Do you need anything? Would this be helpful? It amazed me. Because growing up, I'd always assumed family simply showed up whenever they wanted. Emma's parents taught me something different. Real love respected boundaries. One Saturday afternoon, Chris stopped by carrying a toolbox. I heard someone needs help installing a car seat. I laughed. The baby's not due for another month. I know. I'm practicing. Within an hour, 3 of my closest friends had somehow turned installing one car seat into an all-day project. They argued over instruction manuals. Watched YouTube tutorials. Took the seat out 3 different times because someone was convinced it wasn't level. Emma stood on the porch laughing so hard she could barely breathe. My son is going to have 4 uncles. Chris looked up from the back seat. No. He already does. Those words stayed with me. Because he wasn't joking. Family had quietly formed around us. Not because we shared blood. Because we shared life. About 2 weeks before Emma's due date, I received an unexpected phone call. Grandpa. I smiled immediately. Hey. How's my favorite grandson? I laughed. I'm your only grandson. Details. How's Emma? She's doing great. And the baby? Kicking like crazy. Grandpa chuckled. Good. There was a short pause. Then his voice became quieter. I've been meaning to ask you something. Anything. Have your parents apologized yet? I stared out the kitchen window. No. I'm sorry. He sighed heavily. I was afraid of that. I leaned against the counter. You don't have to apologize. Yes. He said softly. I do. You know. I should have spoken up before the wedding. I frowned. What do you mean? I knew they were making a mistake. But I kept thinking. They'd come to their senses. They didn't. And I didn't do enough. For a few moments. Neither of us spoke. Finally, I said, You came. What? You were the only one. He sounded confused. No. I wasn't. Grandpa. I smiled. You were the only one who actually tried. He became very quiet. Then he whispered something I'd never forget. I've watched this family disappoint you for a long time. I should have stopped pretending it wasn't happening. A lump formed in my throat. Because those words were all I'd wanted to hear my entire life. Not excuses. Not explanations. Just someone willing to admit the truth. The conversation lasted almost an hour. We talked about the baby, about work, about life. Before hanging up, Grandpa asked, "When the little guy gets here, can I meet him?" I smiled immediately. You never have to ask. No. No. Why? Because you've never made me wonder whether I mattered. The line went quiet. When Grandpa finally spoke again, his voice cracked. Thank you. A week later, Emma went into labor. It was 3:13 in the morning. She gently shook my shoulder. Daniel. Still half asleep, I mumbled. I think. She stopped. Then smiled. It's time. Every ounce of sleep disappeared instantly. I sat straight up. What? My water broke. For exactly 5 seconds. We stared at each other. Then both of us burst into nervous laughter. Everything we'd prepared for over 9 months had finally arrived. As we rushed toward the hospital, I realized something. The people waiting for us there wouldn't be the people I'd spent my childhood trying to impress. They'd be the people who had actually earned a place in our lives. And that made all the difference. The hospital room felt strangely calm. Not quiet. Just focused. Doctors moved with quiet confidence. Nurses smiled as though they'd done this 1,000 times. Machines beeped steadily in the background. And somewhere in the middle of all that controlled chaos, Emma squeezed my hand hard enough to remind me I still had bones. I'm never letting you do this to me again, she groaned through another contraction. I laughed. You say that now. I mean it. Another contraction hit. She squeezed even harder. Actually, she winced. Don't talk. Yes, One of the nurses chuckled. You two are doing great. Emma looked at her. I'm doing great. She pointed toward me. He's just standing there. The nurse laughed. That's usually how this works. Hours passed. The clock on the wall seemed to move slower than time itself. Every few minutes another nurse checked on Emma. Doctors came and went. Chris texted every hour. Anything yet? Emma's mom sent a message. We're praying for you both. Grandpa called once. I stepped into the hallway. Any news? Not yet. He chuckled. Tell Emma she's stronger than she'll ever realize. I will. And Daniel. Yeah. I'm proud of you. Those 4 words still had the same effect they did when I was 16. No matter how old I became, hearing them never got old. Around 6 that evening, everything changed. The doctor smiled. I think it's time. Suddenly, the room became busier. Nurses prepared equipment. The doctor gave instructions. Emma looked at me. Her face was exhausted, sweaty, terrified, beautiful. I can't do this. I leaned close enough for only her to hear. Yes, you can. How do you know? Because you've already done every hard part. This, I smiled, is where we finally get to meet him. She started crying. Not because she was afraid. Because she knew. In a few minutes, our lives would never be the same again. Then, at exactly 6:42 p.m., I heard the loudest, most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. A baby crying. The doctor smiled broadly. It's a boy. For one impossible moment, everything else disappeared. The room. The voices. The machines. Time itself. Nothing existed except that tiny cry. The nurse carefully wrapped him in a blanket, then placed him gently into Emma's arms. She stared at him as tears streamed down her face. "Oh," she whispered. "Hi, sweetheart." I stood beside the bed, unable to speak. Our son opened one tiny eye, then reached a hand into the air. His fingers wrapped around mine, completely by accident. But it didn't matter. The moment his tiny hand closed around my finger, something inside me changed forever. I wasn't someone's son anymore. I wasn't someone's brother. I wasn't the forgotten child chasing approval. I was someone's father. And I silently promised him something. You will never have to wonder if you're enough. Not once. Not ever. About an hour later, the nurse returned. "Have you decided on visitors?" I looked toward Emma. She smiled. "I already know my answer." "So do I." The nurse handed us a clipboard. "We can allow 2 people tonight." I didn't hesitate. "My in-laws." She nodded. "Anyone else?" I smiled. "My grandfather." The nurse wrote both names down. "And your parents?" The room became quiet. Emma gently looked at me. I took a slow breath. "No." The nurse simply nodded. No judgment. No surprise. Just respect. "I'll let security know." That was it. No explanation required. An hour later, Emma's parents quietly walked into the room. The moment Emma's mother saw the baby, she covered her mouth. "Oh my goodness." She immediately started crying. Emma laughed. "I knew you would." Her father walked over slowly, looking almost afraid to breathe too loudly. "Can I?" Emma carefully placed the baby into his arms. Watching that man hold his first grandson, I saw pure joy. Not entitlement. Not expectation. Gratitude. He whispered, "Hello there, little man." Then looked at me. "You did good." For reasons I couldn't explain, those words meant everything. About 30 minutes later, Grandpa arrived. He walked into the room more slowly than usual. Age had finally started catching up with him. The moment he reached the bedside, he stopped. For several long seconds, he simply looked at the baby, then quietly removed his glasses. "I've waited a long time for this." Emma smiled. "So have we." I carefully lifted my son, then placed him into Grandpa's arms. His rough, weathered hands looked enormous holding such a tiny baby. Tears rolled silently down his cheeks. "I hope," he whispered. "He never doubts how loved he is." I felt my throat tighten. Because Grandpa wasn't really talking about the baby. He was talking about me. And maybe about all the years we'd both wished had been different. The next morning, Emma posted one picture. Just one. A tiny hand wrapped around my finger. The caption read, "Welcome to the world, little one. You are loved beyond words." Red heart hash. Within minutes, hundreds of comments appeared. Congratulations. Prayers. Kind messages. Friends celebrating with us. Then, Exactly 23 minutes later, my phone began ringing. Mom. I stared at the screen. Emma noticed. You don't have to answer. I looked down at our sleeping son. Then back at the phone. This time, I didn't. The phone rang until it stopped. A minute later, Dad called. Then Lily. Then my aunt. Then 2 cousins. Then another aunt. One after another. The phone wouldn't stop vibrating. 4 years. I'd waited for them to call. Now, for the first time, I wasn't waiting anymore. I quietly switched my phone to silent. Set it on the table beside the hospital bed. Then turned back toward my wife. And my son. They had my complete attention. Because I'd finally learned something. That took me 30 years to understand. The people who miss your biggest moments don't automatically deserve your next ones. And this time, I wasn't going to let guilt rewrite the boundaries I'd fought so hard to build. The hardest conversation of my life was still waiting for me. But this time, I wasn't afraid of it anymore. Our son was 3 days old when I finally turned my phone back on. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, it exploded. Missed calls, voicemails, text messages, dozens of them. Mom, Dad, Lily, my aunt, my uncle, even cousins I hadn't spoken to in months. It looked like my phone had been trying to catch up on 3 years of silence all at once. I stared at the screen. Not overwhelmed. Just curious. Because after everything that had happened, I genuinely wondered what they could possibly have to say. Emma looked over from the hospital bed. You don't have to read them. I know. But I think I should. She nodded. Okay. The first voicemail was from Mom. Daniel. I don't understand. We just found out you had the baby. Why didn't anyone call us? Please. Call me back. The second was from Dad. Son. We should have been there. Give me a call. Then Lily. I can't believe you let strangers meet my nephew before me. I stopped the recording. Strangers. That word again. Funny how people redefine family the moment they're the ones being left out. The text messages weren't much different. Mom. We're his grandparents. Dad. This isn't how family treats each other. Aunt Melissa. Your mother has been crying all morning. Lily. I don't know why you're punishing everyone. Punishing. Another interesting word. I'd noticed something over the past year. Whenever I stopped accepting bad treatment, people called it punishment. Whenever I created boundaries, people called it revenge. Whenever I chose peace, people accused me of creating drama. Emma quietly watched me reading. What are they saying? I handed her the phone. She read several messages. Then slowly looked back at me. They still don't get it. No. They don't. She placed the phone on the bedside table. You know. What? They're acting like this started when the baby was born. I nodded. Exactly. To them. This is the first chapter. She smiled sadly. When really? It's the last. That afternoon, a gentle knock came at the hospital door. I expected another nurse. Instead, Grandpa stepped inside carrying a tiny blue teddy bear. I figured every little guy needs his first bear. I laughed. I think you're probably right. He carefully placed it beside the crib. Then looked at me. Your mother's been calling. I know. They called me too. I raised an eyebrow. They did. He nodded. They wanted me to convince you. And he smiled. I told them something. What? I told them that invitations aren't obligations. I frowned slightly. What do you mean? He pulled up a chair. They keep saying we're his grandparents. I asked them a simple question. What question? Were you his father's parents on his wedding day? The room fell silent. Grandpa continued. They didn't answer. They couldn't. He leaned forward. You know what your grandmother used to tell me? I shook my head. She'd say, relationships are like gardens. If you stop watering them, you don't get to act surprised when nothing grows. I looked toward my sleeping son. Grandpa smiled. Your parents stopped watering this relationship a long time ago. They're only noticing now, because they're standing in an empty garden. That evening, we finally brought our son home. Walking through our front door with him in my arms felt surreal. The nursery we'd spent months preparing was finally occupied. Emma gently laid him in his crib. Then we both just stood there, watching him sleep. Neither of us spoke. We didn't need to. The silence was perfect. About an hour later, the doorbell rang. Chris, Mark, Sarah, and Emma's parents stood outside holding bags of groceries. Chris grinned. We figured you probably forgot to buy food. I did. I know. He held up 3 containers. Lasagna, soup, and enough freezer meals to survive the apocalypse. Emma laughed. You guys didn't have to do this. Her mom smiled. We wanted to. That sentence stayed with me. We wanted to. Not. We had to. Not. It's expected. Not. Because we're family. Simply. Because they wanted to. Later that night, after everyone left, I sat in the rocking chair holding my son. The house was completely quiet. Outside, rain tapped softly against the windows. He yawned, then wrapped his tiny fingers around mine, exactly like he had in the hospital. I smiled. You'll never remember tonight. I whispered. But I will. I'll remember promising you something. That you'll never have to earn my attention. You'll never have to compete for my love. You'll never wonder whether your sister matters more. If I ever have another child, I'll love you differently, but never less. A tear rolled down my cheek. I don't know how to be a perfect father, but I do know exactly what kind of father I refuse to become. At that exact moment, my phone vibrated again. Mom. Calling for the 7th time that day. I looked at the screen, then at my son sleeping peacefully against my chest. Without a second thought, I pressed decline, because for the first time in my life, the person who needed me most was already in my arms, and everyone else would simply have to wait. For the next 2 weeks, I ignored every call from my parents. Not out of anger. Not to prove a point. Because I was busy learning how to become a father. Every day felt different. Some nights our son slept for 4 hours straight. Other nights, he woke up every 45 minutes. Emma and I quickly developed a routine. If she handled feeding, I handled diapers. If she rocked him to sleep, I cleaned bottles. If one of us felt overwhelmed, the other quietly stepped in without asking. There were no scorecards. No keeping track. No. I did more than you today. Just 2 exhausted people, trying their best. One afternoon, I was changing another diaper when Emma started laughing from the living room. What? She laughed even harder. You need to see this. I walked out holding the baby over my shoulder. Emma was staring at her phone. She turned the screen toward me. Someone had tagged my mother in a Facebook post. The caption read, "Congratulations to the proud new grandparent." Beneath it, Mom had commented, "Can't wait to spoil our grandson." I stared at the screen, then quietly handed the phone back. Emma watched my face carefully. You okay? I smiled. She hasn't even met him. Emma nodded slowly. I know. The strange part wasn't that Mom wanted to be involved. The strange part was that she acted as though involvement had never been a choice. 3 days later, the doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone. Chris had already visited that weekend. Emma's parents usually called first. The delivery driver had dropped off diapers that morning. I opened the front door and froze. My parents stood on the porch. Mom held a large gift bag. Dad carried a giant stuffed giraffe. Neither of them smiled. Neither did I. For several long seconds, nobody spoke. Finally, Mom whispered, "Can we come in?" I looked behind me. Our son was asleep in his bassinet. Emma looked toward the front door from the kitchen. She immediately understood. Without saying a word, she stayed where she was, waiting for me. This wasn't her decision. It was mine. I stepped outside instead, then quietly closed the front door behind me. Mom looked confused. You aren't inviting us in? I kept my voice calm. No. Her expression fell. Daniel. We drove 3 hours. I know. We brought gifts. I can see that. Dad finally spoke. We just want to meet our grandson. I nodded once. I understand. Mom frowned. Then why are we standing outside? I looked at both of them. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the silence. You missed the wedding. Mom sighed. We've talked about this. No. I said quietly. We actually haven't. You've talked. You've explained. You've justified. But we've never actually talked. Dad shifted uncomfortably. We made a mistake. I looked at him. It was the first time anyone had admitted that. A mistake. Not bad timing. Not scheduling. Not misunderstanding. A mistake. For a brief second, I almost softened. Then Mom spoke again. But that shouldn't keep us from seeing our grandson. And just like that, the moment disappeared. Because there it was again. Not, "We're sorry." Not, "How can we fix this?" Just, "That shouldn't have consequences." I took a slow breath. Can I ask you both something? Neither of them answered. When was the last time you called me? Before the baby announcement. Silence. I looked at Dad. Do you remember? He stared at the driveway. No. I looked back at Mom. When was the last time you asked Emma how she was doing? Nothing. When was the last time either of you came to visit us? Still nothing. I continued. You didn't call after the wedding. You didn't visit during our first year of marriage. You didn't ask about the pregnancy. You found out because of social media. And now, you've shown up because there's a baby. Mom's eyes filled with tears. He's our grandson. I nodded. Yes, he is. But before he was your grandson, he was my son. And before you have a relationship with him, you need one with me. The words hung in the air. Heavy. Unavoidable. For the first time, Neither of my parents had an excuse ready. Dad quietly set the stuffed giraffe on the porch. "We really did hurt you." I looked at him. "You did." Mom started crying. I never wanted to lose my son. A part of me wanted to hug her. A part of me wanted to believe everything would magically be okay. But another part, the part that had finally learned self-respect, knew better. "You didn't lose me," I said softly. "You stopped showing up. And eventually, I stopped waiting." No one spoke. The only sound came from birds somewhere across the street. Finally, Dad nodded. "I understand." It didn't sound defensive. It didn't sound angry. For the first time, it sounded honest. He gently picked up the gift bag, then looked at the stuffed giraffe. "Leave it," Mom whispered. He nodded. They both turned toward the car. Halfway down the walkway, Dad stopped. Without turning around, he said, "I hope one day we earn another chance." Then they drove away. I stood on the porch for a long time after their car disappeared. Not because I regretted what I'd said. Because I finally realized something. Setting boundaries doesn't always end relationships. Sometimes, it's the first honest conversation those relationships have ever had. And whether my parents understood that or not, only time would tell. After my parents left, I didn't feel victorious. I didn't feel guilty either. Mostly, I felt tired. Emotionally tired. The kind of exhaustion that comes from carrying the same weight for so many years that, when you finally put it down, your shoulders still expect it to be there. I walked back inside. Emma looked up from the couch. "How are you?" I thought about the question for a long moment. Then I answered honestly, "I don't know." She smiled softly. "I think that's okay." I nodded. "I think it is too." She reached for my hand. "Come here." I sat beside her. Our son was sleeping peacefully against her chest, completely unaware that his parents had just experienced one of the most difficult conversations of their lives. Emma looked down at him and whispered, "I'm really glad he'll never understand this kind of pain." "So am I." I replied. "So am I." The following week, nothing happened. No angry texts. No emotional emails. No relatives calling to tell me I was cruel. Just silence. For the first time in years. Silence didn't make me nervous. It felt peaceful. I spent my evenings giving our son baths. Learning how to fold impossibly tiny clothes. Walking around the living room at 2 in the morning because apparently babies preferred being carried while adults slowly circled furniture for absolutely no reason. Chris called one evening. "How's fatherhood?" I laughed. "I'm running on 3 hours of sleep." "So, you're officially a dad?" "Pretty much." He hesitated. "Your parents?" "Haven't heard anything." "Good." I frowned. "Good. You finally have time to focus on people who actually show up." I looked toward the nursery. He was right. Every minute I spent worrying about people who weren't there was a minute I wasn't spending with the people who were. Almost a month passed before I heard from my father again. It wasn't a phone call. It wasn't a text. It was a handwritten letter. The envelope arrived on a rainy Tuesday afternoon. No return address. Just my name written across the front. I immediately recognized Dad's handwriting. Emma noticed me staring at it. "You don't have to open it." "I know." For nearly an hour. It sat on the kitchen table untouched. Finally, I picked it up. Inside was a single sheet of paper. No fancy stationery. No dramatic speech. Just a letter. It began with 3 words I'd spent my entire life waiting to hear. I was wrong. I read them again. Then again. Almost afraid they'd disappear. Dad wrote, "I've spent the last few weeks thinking about everything you said on the porch. At first, I wanted to defend myself. I wanted to explain. I wanted to tell you we never meant to hurt you. Then I realized something. Intentions don't erase consequences." I stopped reading. My hands were shaking. Emma quietly sat beside me. She didn't ask what it said. She simply waited. I continued. "You asked me when the last time I called just to ask how you were doing was. I couldn't answer because I honestly didn't know. Then I realized something worse. I wasn't sure I'd ever done it." A lump formed in my throat. Dad continued. "I always assumed you'd be okay because you always were. You were responsible. Independent. Easy. I convinced myself that needing us less somehow meant you needed us less emotionally too. I see now how wrong that was." I slowly lowered the letter. For the first time. My father wasn't making excuses. He was taking responsibility. Emma gently asked, "Is he apologizing?" I nodded. "I think." I swallowed. "I think he actually is." She smiled. "How does that feel?" I looked back at the letter. Strange. Why? Because I've imagined this moment for years. And now that it's here, it doesn't fix anything. She nodded. "I know." I looked at her. "No. I don't think you do." She smiled sadly. "You're right. I don't. But I do know." She squeezed my hand. "An apology doesn't erase 30 years. It only decides what happens next." I finished reading. The final paragraph simply said, "I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking you to pretend everything is okay. I'm only asking for the chance to prove I can become a better father than I've been. Whether you give me that chance is entirely your decision. Love, Dad." No pressure. No guilt. No demands. Just an apology. A real one. That night, I sat alone in the nursery holding my sleeping son. The letter rested on the table beside me. I looked down at his tiny face. Then quietly whispered, "If you ever hurt someone this deeply, I hope you're brave enough to apologize. But I also hope you understand that the person you hurt gets to decide what happens next." I kissed the top of his head. Because forgiveness and reconciliation are not the same thing. One can happen without the other. And I still didn't know whether my father understood that. But for the first time in a very long time, I believed he was finally trying. The question now wasn't whether he regretted the past. The question was, would the rest of my family ever take the same first step? Dad's letter stayed on my nightstand for almost 2 weeks. Not because I read it every day. Because I wasn't ready to put it away. Every now and then, I'd pick it up, read a paragraph, set it back down. Each time, I noticed something different. Not what he wrote. What he didn't write. He never blamed Mom. He never blamed Lily. He never blamed circumstances. For the first time in my life, my father accepted responsibility without asking someone else to share it. That mattered. More than I expected. Mom, however, remained completely silent. No letters. No apologies. Nothing. Until one Sunday afternoon. Emma and I were sitting on the living room floor while our son attempted to crawl toward the family dog. Every few inches, he'd stop, smile proudly, then immediately fall over. Emma laughed. I think he's determined. I wonder where he gets that. She looked at me. Oh, definitely not from you. Before I could defend myself, the phone rang. Mom. I stared at the screen for several seconds. Emma quietly asked, "Want me to take him?" I handed her our son before answering. "Hello, Daniel." Her voice sounded unusually confident. Almost prepared. "I've been thinking. I figured. I don't think this situation is fair." I closed my eyes. Not again. What isn't fair? Your father gets to see the baby. I frowned. What? You've invited him over twice. I blinked. How did you know that? Lily saw pictures online. Of course she had. Grandpa had posted one picture of himself reading a storybook to his great-grandson. One picture. Nothing more. Mom continued. So, if he gets to visit, why don't I? I leaned back against the couch. Did Dad show you his letter? Silence. I'll take that as a no. She sighed. That's between your father and you. No. I said calmly. It's exactly why he came. She sounded frustrated. So now I have to write a letter? No. You have to take responsibility. I didn't do anything wrong. There it was. The sentence I'd expected from the beginning. I didn't do anything wrong. For a moment, I simply closed my eyes. Not because I was angry. Because I was disappointed. Mom. What? Do you remember calling me 8 days before my wedding? Silence. You called me selfish. I was upset. You told me I was putting the family in a difficult position. You were. You asked me to move my wedding. Lily had already booked her trip. I took a slow breath. Listen to yourself. What? Every answer you give starts with someone else's decision. Lily booked the trip. Your father agreed. The family already paid. I paused. But where are your choices? She didn't answer. You chose not to come. You chose not to call after the wedding. I thought you needed space. You chose not to visit. I didn't think you'd want us there. You chose not to ask about Emma. Silence. Again. Finally. She whispered. I was trying not to make things worse. No. I replied quietly. You were trying not to feel uncomfortable. Those words hit harder than I expected. Because I believed them. Not out of anger. Out of honesty. She started crying. I don't know what you want from me. I looked toward the hallway where Emma was helping our son stand for the first time. His tiny legs shook. Then, he took one wobbly step before collapsing into her arms. They both laughed. I smiled without realizing it. Then I answered. I don't want anything from you. What? I stopped waiting. But I'd like one thing. What? The truth. Silence. Long enough that I wondered if the call had disconnected. Finally, she whispered something I'd never expected to hear. I always worried about Lily more. I didn't speak. I thought. You'd always be okay. I knew you could handle disappointment. I never thought about what handling it was costing you. A tear rolled down my cheek. Because after 30 years, she finally admitted it. Not completely, not perfectly, but honestly. She continued. I don't know how to fix this. I answered immediately. You can't. That wasn't cruel. It was true. You can't fix 30 years. You can only decide what kind of mother you want to be now. The conversation ended differently than any we'd had before. No yelling. No guilt. No accusations. Just silence. Before hanging up, Mom quietly asked, "Do you think one day you'll trust me again?" I looked at my son. He was laughing as Emma helped him take another tiny step. Then I answered, "I honestly don't know." It wasn't the answer she wanted, but it was the only honest one I had. Because trust isn't rebuilt with tears, or promises, or one emotional conversation. Trust is rebuilt the exact same way it's destroyed. One choice at a time. And for the first time, my mother finally understood. She was starting from zero. Over the next year, something unusual happened. My family stopped making promises. Instead, they started making efforts. Small ones. Careful ones. The kind of efforts that don't make headlines, but matter anyway. Dad called every Sunday. Not because he had news. Because he wanted to know how we were doing. Sometimes we talked for 20 minutes. Sometimes only 5. He never complained. Never asked why I sounded busy. Never ended a conversation without saying, "I love you." At first, hearing those words felt strange. Not because I doubted them. Because I'd waited so many years to hear them freely. Mom started differently. She didn't call as often. Maybe once every 3 weeks. Every conversation felt cautious. Like someone learning to walk again after a serious injury. She asked about Emma. She asked about the baby. She never once asked, "When can we come over?" Instead, she ended every call the same way. "If you ever feel ready, we'd love to see him." Then she'd leave it there. No pressure. No guilt. No. "We're his grandparents." Just an invitation. The choice remained mine. And for the first time, she respected that. Our son grew faster than either of us expected. One minute he was learning to crawl. The next, he was racing through the living room with a plastic dinosaur in one hand and a spoon in the other. Every morning he'd run into our bedroom shouting, "Daddy," as though he hadn't seen me in years. Emma always laughed. "He missed you." I was asleep in the next room. Exactly. Apparently. To a toddler. 8 hours was an eternity. One Saturday afternoon, while we were building a blanket fort in the living room, my phone buzzed. "Dad." "Hey." "Hi, son." His voice sounded nervous. "Everything okay?" "Yeah. I just..." He hesitated. "I wanted to ask you something." "I'm listening." "I know next month is his first birthday." I smiled. "It is. I was wondering." Another pause. "Are you having a party?" I looked toward Emma. She was pretending to be trapped inside the blanket fort while our son laughed uncontrollably. "We are." Dad waited. "So, I understand if the answer is no. But, would it be all right if your mother and I came?" The room suddenly felt very quiet. Not because of what he asked. Because of how he asked it. No expectations. No entitlement. No. "Of course we'll be there." Just permission. I closed my eyes for a second. Then quietly said, "I'll talk to Emma." "That's fair. No matter what you decide." "I understand." When we hung up, I sat there staring at the phone. Emma noticed. Immediately. What happened? I told her. Every word. She listened carefully. Then asked, "What do you want?" That question surprised me. Because for so many years, I'd been asking myself what everyone else wanted. Very rarely, what I wanted. I thought about it. For a long time. Finally, I answered honestly. I think I'd like Dad to come. And your mom? I sighed. I don't know. Emma nodded. That's okay. You don't have to know today. A few days later, Grandpa came over for dinner. Our son immediately ran toward him yelling, "Papa!" Grandpa laughed. "I'm getting promoted already." Emma smiled. He couldn't say great-grandpa. So, Papa won. Grandpa picked him up. I'll take it. After dinner, while Emma cleaned the kitchen, I told Grandpa about Dad's phone call. He listened quietly, then asked one simple question. "Has your father changed?" "Yes." "What about your mother?" I hesitated. "I think she's trying." He nodded slowly. "Trying matters." "It does. But," he looked directly at me, "trying isn't the finish line." "No. It's the starting line." I smiled. That's exactly how it feels. The night before invitations went out, Emma and I sat at the kitchen table. A stack of envelopes rested between us. Friends. Neighbors. Her parents. Chris. Mark. Sarah. One by one, we addressed each envelope. Finally, only one remained blank. Emma gently slid it toward me. "This one's yours." I looked at the empty envelope for almost a full minute. Then, slowly, I wrote two names. Mom and Dad. Emma smiled softly. "You sure?" I nodded. "Yeah." "What changed?" I thought about Dad's letter. The weekly phone calls. The patient apologies. The respect for our boundaries. Then I answered. "They're not coming because they're my parents. They're coming because..." I smiled. "They've started acting like it." Emma reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "I think that's a good reason." I sealed the envelope, placed it on top of the stack, then quietly whispered something I never imagined I'd say. "I hope this is the beginning." I didn't know whether it would be. Maybe they'd disappoint me again. Maybe they wouldn't. Trust wasn't fully rebuilt. Not even close. But for the first time in a very long time, there was something neither anger nor disappointment had been able to give me. Hope. Careful. Cautious. Hard-earned hope. And sometimes, that's where healing begins. The morning of our son's first birthday felt strangely familiar. Not because it reminded me of my own childhood. Because it reminded me of my wedding. Only this time, everything was different. The house was full before noon. Blue balloons floated across the living room ceiling. A giant banner hung above the fireplace. Emma had spent almost 2 weeks making tiny decorations by hand. I kept telling her, "He's one. He won't remember any of this." She smiled every single time. "No. But we will." She was right. Our backyard had slowly transformed into a playground. There was a small inflatable bounce house. A table covered with cupcakes. Tiny sandwiches cut into animal shapes. A photo board showing our son's first year. His first smile. His first tooth. His first steps. His first messy attempt at eating spaghetti. Every picture reminded me how quickly time had disappeared. 1 year. It felt impossible. Guests started arriving around 11. Chris was first. Of course. He walked through the front gate carrying an enormous wrapped box. Emma laughed. What did you buy him now? Chris shrugged. I honestly have no idea. I frowned. What? I ordered it online 3 weeks ago. I forgot what it was. We all laughed. When our son saw Chris, he immediately shouted, Uncle Chris. Chris dropped the present onto the grass. You hear that? He looked at me proudly. I've officially been promoted. A few minutes later, Emma's parents arrived. Her mother immediately knelt down. Happy birthday. Our son ran straight into her arms. Her father looked at me. I still can't believe he's already won. I can't either. He smiled. You're doing a good job. Simple words. But they meant everything. Around noon, a familiar pickup truck slowly pulled into the driveway. Dad. He climbed out first. Then walked around to open Mom's door. Neither of them carried huge presents. Just one neatly wrapped gift. And a small homemade birthday card. Dad looked nervous. More nervous than I'd ever seen him. Mom looked toward the house. Then back at me. Almost like she wasn't sure she should get out of the car. I walked toward them. Dad spoke first. Happy birthday. He smiled awkwardly. To the little guy. I nodded. Thanks for coming. He looked surprised. Thank you. He paused. For inviting us. For several seconds. Nobody moved. Finally, Mom quietly asked, Is it okay? What? If I come in? Not. We're coming in. Not. Move aside. She asked. I smiled gently. Yeah. It's okay. I stepped aside. For the first time since my wedding. My parents walked through my front door. The moment our son noticed them, he stopped playing. He looked at the unfamiliar faces. Then looked at me. He quietly walked over and wrapped both arms around my leg. Mom's face fell. Not because he'd done anything wrong. Because she realized something. To him, they were strangers. She had spent an entire year imagining being grandma. Meanwhile, he didn't even know her name. Mom slowly knelt down several feet away. She didn't reach for him. She didn't force a hug. She simply smiled. Hi. He stared back cautiously. She reached into the gift bag. I brought you something. She gently rolled a small stuffed elephant across the floor. It stopped halfway between them. Our son looked at me. I smiled. It's okay. Slowly. He walked over. Picked up the elephant. Held it tightly against his chest. Then looked back at Mom. She smiled through tears. You're welcome. That was enough. No pressure. No expectations. Just one small step. The rest of the afternoon passed more peacefully than I expected. Dad helped Chris assemble a toy workbench. The two of them argued over the instructions. Chris laughed. I swear these companies leave out screws on purpose. Dad smiled. No. They leave out patience. Even I laughed. Watching them together. You never would have guessed how much had happened between us. Mom spent most of the afternoon helping Emma in the kitchen. Not taking over. Helping. At one point, I walked in and overheard part of their conversation. Mom quietly said, I owe you an apology too. Emma looked surprised. Mom continued, I never thanked you for standing by Daniel. I know that couldn't have been easy. Emma smiled gently. I married him. I didn't stand beside him because it was easy. I stood beside him because he deserved someone who would. Mom looked down. I should have been that person. Emma didn't answer. She simply placed another plate onto the serving tray. Sometimes silence says more than words. Later that afternoon, it was finally time for the birthday cake. Everyone gathered around. Our son sat in his high chair wearing a tiny paper crown. Chris whispered, "This is going to get messy." "I hope so," Emma replied. We all sang happy birthday. At the end of the song, our son smashed both hands directly into the cake. Blue frosting exploded everywhere. Across the tray. Across his face. Across my shirt. The entire backyard burst into laughter. Even Mom laughed so hard she had tears running down her cheeks. For just one moment, everything felt normal. Not the old normal. A new one. One built carefully, instead of assumed. As the party came to an end, Dad walked over while guests loaded gifts into their cars. "I wanted to tell you something. I'm listening." He looked around the backyard, then quietly said, "I kept expecting today to feel awkward." It did. He nodded. For about 5 minutes. And then, he smiled. Then I realized, I wasn't here because I deserved to be. I was here because you gave me another chance. He looked me directly in the eyes. "I won't waste it." I believed him. Not because he said the right words. Because over the past year, his actions had finally started matching them. As Dad walked back toward Mom, I noticed Grandpa watching the entire conversation from across the yard. He smiled. Just once. Then gave me the same proud little nod he'd been giving me since I was 16. For the first time, I understood what that nod meant. Not, "I'm proud because everything turned out perfectly," but, "I'm proud because you finally learned your worth." And, honestly, that lesson was worth every difficult step it took to get there. After our son's first birthday, life didn't suddenly become perfect. Movies like to pretend that one heartfelt apology fixes everything. Real life doesn't work that way. Trust grows slowly. Almost painfully slowly. One phone call. One visit. One kept promise at a time. Some days were easy. Others reminded me exactly why I'd built boundaries in the first place. But through all of it, one relationship remained completely untouched. Mine. And Lily's. Nearly 18 months had passed since my wedding. 18 months. And my sister had never once apologized. Not a text. Not a phone call. Not even a birthday card. It was almost impressive. Until one Tuesday afternoon, my phone buzzed. Lily. I stared at the screen. Long enough that it stopped ringing. A second later, a text appeared. "Can we talk?" I read it twice. Then locked my phone. Emma looked over from the couch. "Who was it?" "Lily." She raised an eyebrow. "What does she want?" "I honestly have no idea." 3 days later. Another message. "Please." Just one word. No explanation. No drama. Just, "Please." I thought about ignoring it. Part of me wanted to. But another part, the part that had finally stopped avoiding difficult conversations, thought maybe it was time. I replied. "Tomorrow. Coffee shop on Main Street. 10 o'clock. She answered almost immediately. "I'll be there." The next morning, I arrived 10 minutes early. Old habit. The coffee shop hadn't changed much since college. The smell of fresh coffee filled the room. Soft music played overhead. People typed on laptops. A young couple argued playfully over pastries. Normal life. Exactly what I needed. At precisely 10 o'clock, the front door opened. Lily walked inside. For a second, I barely recognized her. Not because she'd changed physically. Because she looked older. Not in age. In expression. Less confident. Less certain. She spotted me and slowly walked over. Hi. Hi. Neither of us moved to hug. Neither of us reached across the table. We simply sat like strangers. The waitress brought coffee. Neither of us touched it. Finally, Lily spoke. You look good. So do you. Another silence. Then, I saw the birthday pictures. I nodded. It looked. She searched for the right word. Happy. It was. She smiled sadly. I'm glad. I waited. Because after everything that had happened, I wasn't going to rescue the conversation anymore. If she'd asked to meet, she could tell me why. After almost a minute, she finally looked up. I'm sorry. I stayed quiet. She continued. I know that isn't enough. I know it doesn't erase anything. But. She took a shaky breath. I really am sorry. I looked at her carefully. For what? She blinked. What? For what exactly? She looked surprised. I mean. For everything. I gently shook my head. No. Tell me. She looked down into her coffee. Then quietly whispered. For believing everything always had to be about me. Those words caught me off guard. She continued. I didn't notice it when we were kids. I honestly didn't. I thought that's just how families worked. She laughed bitterly. I thought every older brother gave things up for his little sister. I didn't interrupt. I thought. She swallowed. You didn't care. I frowned. What? You never complained. You never argued. You always said, it's fine. She looked at me. So I believed you. I closed my eyes for a second. Because she was right. I had said those words. Hundreds of times. It's fine. When it wasn't. She reached into her purse. Pulled out something folded. A photograph. She slid it across the table. It was from her birthday trip. The yacht. The matching shirts. Everyone smiling. I immediately recognized it. She pointed toward the corner of the picture. I hate this photo. I looked at her. Why? Because. She tapped the edge of the picture. I didn't notice what wasn't there. I frowned. She continued. I've looked at this picture 100 times. And every single time, all I see now is the person who should have been missing me. Her voice cracked. You. For the first time, I saw tears in my sister's eyes. Real ones. Not dramatic. Not performative. Just regret. I ruined your wedding. She whispered. No. I answered quietly. Our parents made their own choices. She shook her head. I gave them the opportunity. Silence settled between us. Finally, she asked the question she'd probably been carrying for over a year. Do you hate me? I looked out the window. People walked past carrying groceries. A little boy laughed as his father chased him across the sidewalk. Life kept moving. Then I answered honestly. No. She looked surprised. I don't. I was angry. I was hurt. But hate. I slowly shook my head. No. So. She whispered. What do you feel? I thought about it. Longer than either of us expected. Finally. I smiled sadly. I feel like I lost my sister long before I lost my family. A tear rolled down her cheek. Because she knew exactly what I meant. We hadn't been close in years. Not because we'd fought. Because our parents had quietly taught us different roles. She became the center. I became the support system. Neither of us had chosen those roles as children. But as adults. We'd both lived with the consequences. Lily wiped her eyes. I don't expect forgiveness today. Good. I said gently. Because that's not how this works. She nodded. I know. She looked down. I'd like the chance. To become your sister again. I didn't answer immediately. Because I'd learned something important over the past 2 years. Second chances aren't given because someone asks. They're given because someone's actions make them possible. I hope you do. I finally said. Her eyes filled with cautious hope. But. I continued. Hope isn't enough. She nodded. I know. I'll earn it. As we stood to leave. Neither of us hugged. Not yet. Some relationships heal with one conversation. Ours wouldn't. Ours would heal. One choice at a time. Exactly the way it had been. Broken. And for the first time since my wedding. I walked away believing. That maybe my family wasn't trying to go back to who they'd been. Maybe. They were finally learning how to become something better. A month after meeting Lily for coffee, my phone rang. Dad. I answered almost immediately. Hey. Hi, son. His voice sounded hesitant. I wanted to ask you something. I smiled. You're getting better at asking. He laughed quietly. I've noticed. There was a short pause. Then he said, your grandfather's turning 80 next month. I know. We're having a small dinner. I waited. He asked if you'd come. Not. Mom wanted me there. Not. The family expected me. Grandpa asked. That changed everything. After we hung up, Emma found me standing in the kitchen. You have that face again. I laughed. What face? The one where you're thinking too hard. I've been invited to Grandpa's birthday dinner. She smiled. Do you want to go? I want to see Grandpa. But. You don't know if you're ready to see everyone else. Exactly. Emma walked over and wrapped her arms around my waist. Then don't go for them. She looked into my eyes. Go for the man who spent your whole life showing up. That settled it. I'll go. The dinner was held at Grandpa's favorite little restaurant. Nothing fancy. Just a quiet place overlooking the river where he'd celebrated birthdays for years. Emma squeezed my hand before we walked inside. You don't owe anyone anything. I know. If at any point you want to leave, we leave. I smiled. Deal. The hostess opened the private dining room door. Every conversation stopped. For just a moment. The room became completely silent. Grandpa stood first. A huge smile spread across his face. You came. I crossed the room and hugged him tightly. I wouldn't miss your birthday. He whispered. I was hoping you'd say that. Then. I looked around the room. Dad stood. Smiling nervously. Mom looked like she wasn't sure whether she should stand or stay seated. Lily gave me a small wave. Even my aunt and uncle looked uncomfortable. It was strange. 4 years. I'd been the uncomfortable one. Now. The silence belonged to everyone else. Grandpa solved the problem the way only Grandpa could. He clapped his hands once. All right. I'm 80. I've earned the right to make one rule. Everyone looked at him. No drama tonight. If anybody wants to argue, he pointed toward the parking lot. You can do it outside. The entire room laughed. Even Mom. The tension immediately eased. Dinner began. Conversations slowly returned. Dad asked Chris about work. Emma talked with my aunt about gardening. Lily played peekaboo with my son. Something surprised me. She didn't try to hold him. She didn't force anything. She waited. Eventually, he walked over to her himself. She smiled. Hi, buddy. He handed her one of his toy cars. She looked at me. Is this? He wants you to play. Emma answered. Lily's eyes filled with tears. She sat on the floor without another word. For the next 20 minutes. She pushed that little toy car back and forth across the floor. Nothing else. No phones. No conversations. Just playing. Halfway through dinner, Grandpa tapped his glass. I want to say something. Everyone became quiet. I've lived long enough to learn that pride is expensive. He looked around the table. Sometimes. The price is your family. Nobody moved. He continued. I've watched people at this table spend years believing someone else should make the first move. He smiled sadly. Turns out, the first move isn't nearly as important as making the next one. His eyes settled on me. Then on Dad. Then on Mom. I don't expect perfection. I never did. But I do expect effort. He raised his glass. To second chances. Everyone quietly lifted theirs. Even me. After dessert, people slowly began saying goodbye. Dad walked with me toward the parking lot. Cold evening air surrounded us. For a while, neither of us spoke. Finally, he smiled. Your son likes cars. He does. I bought him another one. I know. He carries it everywhere. Dad laughed softly. I noticed. Then his smile faded. I spent years thinking being a father meant providing. He looked toward the restaurant. I forgot. Sometimes your kids just need you to be present. I nodded. Yeah. They do. He looked at me. I'm still learning. I know. And I smiled. So am I. For the first time in years, our conversation didn't revolve around the past. It revolved around the future. And somehow, that felt like progress. As we drove home, Emma reached over and intertwined her fingers with mine. How do you feel? I looked out the windshield. The city lights stretched across the road ahead. Lighter. She smiled. I was thinking the same thing. I don't know what happens next. You don't have to. She squeezed my hand. You already survived the hardest part. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Our son was asleep in his car seat. Completely peaceful. Completely safe. I smiled. No. I whispered. I think the hardest part. I already survived years ago. The rest. I looked at my family in the mirror. Is just learning how to build something healthier than what I came from. And for the first time since my wedding day, that future no longer felt impossible. Life has a funny way of testing whether you've really changed. It's easy to set boundaries once. It's much harder to keep them. Especially when the people who hurt you start changing. Because then, you begin asking yourself questions. You never expected. Am I protecting my peace? Or am I protecting my pride? 4 months after Grandpa's birthday dinner. That question stayed in the back of my mind. Not every day, but often enough. Dad kept calling every Sunday, just like he'd promised himself he would. Sometimes we talked about work, sometimes about football, sometimes about absolutely nothing. There were awkward silences, but unlike before, neither of us rushed to fill them. We were finally learning something we'd never had. A real relationship. Not perfect. Real. Mom changed too. Slowly. Painfully slowly. Instead of showing up unexpectedly, she texted first. Would it be all right if I dropped something off? Instead of assuming she'd be invited, she waited. If we said no, she answered with one sentence. I understand. Maybe another time. No guilt. No pressure. No tears. Just respect. I noticed. Emma noticed too. One evening she looked at me and smiled. Your mom's trying. I know. How does that feel? I thought about it. It makes me happy. She raised an eyebrow. But it also makes me sad. Why? Because she could have always been this person. Emma quietly nodded. I know. A few months later, our son turned 2. This time, nobody asked whether they were invited. They simply waited for the invitation. And they received one. Not because time had erased the past. Because trust had quietly grown. One visit. One apology. One honest conversation at a time. The party wasn't extravagant. Just family. Friends. A grill in the backyard. Kids running through sprinklers. Chris pretending he could still outrun toddlers. Spoiler. He couldn't. Our son tackled him into the grass. Chris looked up dramatically. I've been defeated. Dad laughed so hard he nearly dropped his drink. Mom smiled. Not the forced smile I'd seen for years. A peaceful one. The kind that comes from appreciating a moment instead of controlling it. Later that afternoon, I noticed Lily sitting alone on the porch. She watched our son chase bubbles across the yard. I sat beside her. Everything okay? She nodded. Yeah. She smiled sadly. I've just been thinking. Dangerous. She laughed. I learned that joke from you. We both smiled. After a moment she quietly asked, do you ever wonder what would have happened if I'd cancelled that trip? I looked out across the yard. I used to. And now? I shrugged. Now I think it would have delayed the conversation. She frowned. What do you mean? I looked at her. Our wedding wasn't the reason everything fell apart. It just exposed what had been broken for years. She stared at the ground. I hate that you're right. I know. She wiped away a tear. I've spent 2 years wishing I could change that weekend. You can't. I know. But. She smiled. I can change every weekend after it. I smiled back. That's all any of us can do. As the sun began to set, Grandpa slowly walked across the backyard carrying 2 cups of coffee. He handed one to me, the other to Lily. Then he looked around. Children laughing. Adults talking. Emma dancing with our son in the grass. Mom helping clean up paper plates. Dad teaching Chris how to flip burgers without burning them. Grandpa smiled. You know. What? I've been thinking. I laughed. Apparently that's contagious. He chuckled. When I was younger, I thought family was something you inherited. He looked around again. Turns out, family is something you build. Nobody spoke. Because nobody needed to. He'd already said everything. That evening, after everyone had gone home, Emma and I sat on the back porch. Our son was finally asleep upstairs after the excitement of the day. The backyard was quiet. Only a few balloons remained tied to the fence. Emma rested her head on my shoulder. Can I ask you something? Always. If you could go back, would you change anything? I thought about it for a long time. Long enough that the porch light automatically switched on. Finally, I answered. When I was younger, I would have said yes. I would have wanted different parents, a different childhood, a different wedding. She listened quietly. But now, I smiled. Now, I wouldn't. She looked surprised. Really? I nodded. Because if none of that had happened, I might have spent my whole life chasing people, instead of appreciating the ones who were already choosing me. I looked through the living room window. Our son's tiny toys were scattered across the floor. Emma followed my gaze. We built something good, she whispered. I smiled. No. I gently took her hand. We built something better. People still ask me if I ever forgave my family. The honest answer is, forgiveness wasn't one moment. It wasn't a speech. It wasn't a hug. It wasn't forgetting. Forgiveness was letting go of the hope that I could change the past. Boundaries taught my family how to treat me. Distance gave them the opportunity to change. Some of them accepted that opportunity. Some took longer. And some relationships never became what I once wished they could be. But that's okay. Because I finally learned the lesson I wish someone had taught me as a little boy standing in the shadow of his sister. You are not responsible for earning love that should have been given freely. The people who truly value you will show up. Not just when life is easy, not just when there's something to celebrate, but when it matters most. My family skipped my wedding for my sister. That day broke my heart. But it also gave me something I'd been searching for my entire life. The courage to stop begging for a seat at someone else's table and start building one of my own. And looking around that table today, I know I made the right choice.